Chapter 32-23. That's the human race team. They don't look like much. There are only 3 in the Great Perfection Emperor realm. It's already extremely rare for them to get the chance to advance. I heard that the Great Wilderness King has a good relationship with one of the Golden Crow race's Valkyrie. That's why the demon race gave them 10 slot. Venerable Golden Snake, this time, your feathered snake race won't be at the bottom like the previous few times. There's a human race supporting you from behind. Ah! As the Tao-seeking realm cultivators conversed, they looked at Ning Chi's group with gloating eyes. At the same time, they glanced at a middle-aged man with a cold expression. That was Tao-seeking from the feathered snake race. Have you guys seen a spiritual beast like that? Is it from the demon race? I don't think so. If it is, why would the demon race allow their race to be enslaved by the human race? They would have turned the Great Wilderness King into ashes long ago. Other than Ning Chi, everyone's attention was on Fire Qilin. As for Wang Chao, Jiang Buxu, and the rest, they didn't take them seriously. I heard that the Great Wilderness King caused a ruckus in the Sky Bull race and killed many in the intermediate stage of the Tao-seeking realm. There might be a good show to watch this time. That's strange. Why hasn't the Sky Bull Sage come out of seclusion? He's been bullied to this extent. Could he really advance to the Great Perfection realm this time? It's hard to say. At this point, everyone's expression turned solemn. You're the Great Wilderness King? Niheiman walked slowly to Ning Chi and asked condescendingly. That's right. Ning Chi nodded plainly. Niheiman smiled. Hector mentioned you to me. With that, he nodded slightly, took a look at Fire Qilin, and turned back to the Titan race's Sky Pride. Lei Yunzi glanced at Ning Chi coldly and didn't speak. Lady Yanzhen seemed to be the same. However, her gaze would occasionally land on Fire Qilin, as though she was thinking about something. Seeing this, Long Haida's expression changed a few times. He had planned to use the crowd to mock and ridicule Ning Chi to regain his dignity. In the end, the various alien races were not as stupid as he had imagined. No one dared to mock him. Bing Wu and the other Tao-querying realm experts had seen the Fire Qilin's power and naturally would not speak at this moment. The others also felt that although Ning Chi's cultivation level was not high, he still had a spirit beast at the middle stage of the Tao-querying realm. There was no need to offend him. They had not received the news that the Fire Qilin had entered the late-stage Tao-querying realm. Otherwise, Niheiman would not have just said that. Lei Yunzi and Lady Yanzhen's attitudes would have changed as well. I didn't think that your Heavenly Bull race would still be able to participate in the Saint race's Pride of Heaven battle when you're already in such a difficult situation. Aren't you afraid that the monster race will punish you? Ning Chi looked at the Long Hai Tu and said calmly. Unable to protect yourself? A cold smile flashed in Long Haida's eyes. He didn't even care about Lei Yunzi and other late-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators, let alone Ning Chi. It was just that the great sage of the Heavenly Bull race had instructed that the news couldn't be leaked in a short period of time. If you didn't have the advantage of a spiritual beast, my disciples and grand-disciples would be able to kill you easily. Even so, when the great sage breaks out of seclusion, it will be your death. Who? The Long Haida laughed sinisterly and swept his gaze. None of them can save you. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. The others felt that Long Haida's threat was normal, but Ning Chi had seen the image recording stone and knew that the great sage of the Heavenly Bull race might have obtained the Immortal Palace elixir from the cave abode left behind by the person with the same name and surname as his father. The Golden Crow Zhiga had also said that the great sage of the Heavenly Bull race might be able to break through to the great completion of the Tao-querying realm. He might have to break through to the perfected Tao-querying realm. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull race would not be so arrogant. It seems like the great sage of the Heavenly Bull race broke the locked palace gate and saw the Immortal Palace? Ning Chi pretended to be shocked. When the Long Haida heard this, his expression turned unnatural. Feeling the suspicious looks from the crowd, he laughed dryly. How can the locked palace gate be broken so easily? But the great sage of my race is a late-stage Tao querying realm existence. He doesn't even need to break the locked palace gate. He can kill you. Everyone was enlightened. How could it be so easy to break the locked palace gate? Especially the three late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators, Nehaman, Lei Yunze, and Lady Yanjun. The three of them had seen the toughness of the locked palace gate. Without external help, it was almost impossible for them to break the gate. The great sage of the heavenly bull race's talent is below ours. Even if we want to open the gate, the three of us should be the first to do it. How can it be his turn? Lei Yunze laughed coldly. That's right. The Nehaman nodded in agreement. Lady Yanjun smiled and didn't say anything. But everyone understood what she meant. When the Long Haidu heard Lei Yunze speak, he instantly shut his mouth. Ning Qi saw a hint of mockery in his eyes. It seems like the great sage of the heavenly bull race has broken through. I have to get the fire Qilin to break the locked palace gate quickly. Ning Qi's eyes flashed solemnly. If the great sage of the heavenly bull race hadn't broken through, he would be able to bring the fire Qilin to flatten the heavenly bull race and get rid of this threat. It was a pity that the Long Haitu didn't know that his actions had already betrayed the great sage of the heavenly bull race. Ning Qi knew about it first and was prepared. Everyone, are you having a good chat? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a dozen figures standing in the air. The three at the front had auras that were slightly stronger than Lei Yunze's group. The late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators of the three holy tribes. Ning Qi saw Golden Wu Zhiga. Her eyes were filled with shock. She didn't expect Ning Qi's group to appear here. Why didn't you guys leave from the demon race? Golden Wu Zhiga's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. It's a long story. Ning Qi smiled and sent a voice transmission. Golden Wu Zhiga nodded and didn't speak anymore. But the late-stage Tao querying realm demon in front of her looked at Ning Qi immediately. She was a sweet-looking girl. She looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. She looked innocent and her eyes were pure without any impurities. It was like a pool of pure water. Little Golden Wu, is that the great wilderness king you mentioned? She sent a voice transmission curiously. Golden Wu Zhiga's expression changed. Lord Priest, can you not call me Little Golden Wu? All right then, Little Golden Wu. He is indeed the great wilderness king. The person standing beside him is a saint. Golden Wu Zhiga nodded helplessly. A saint, that sweet-looking girl stared at the fire Qilin curiously. Greetings, proud Wind Dragon King. Greetings, Priest Ling Xian. Greetings, Full Moon Pillar God. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Chapter 32-24. You are welcome. There are more people participating in this pilgrimage compared to the previous ones. The proud Wind Dragon King let out a faint laugh. His gaze swept across the crowd and paused on the fire Qilin and Ning Qi for a moment longer. This subtle action was noticed by all the foreign tribe Tao-seeking experts present. They secretly thought that the reputation of the great desolate king of the human race had already reached the ears of the dragon race. Dragon King, the foreign races qualified with their strength, but some. Long Baichuan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly smiled, his eyes filled with mockery. Behind him stood three great perfection Emperor Realm Dragons, the ones who would be participating in the sacred race's Heaven's Pride competition. Their auras were stronger than the three from the demon race and the three-eyed race. The human race was already several times stronger than the human race, and there was no way the human race could compare to them. Long Haidu's eyes lit up. He looked at Long Baichuan, then at Ning Qi, and an idea came to his mind. He noticed that the dragon race's attitude towards Ning Qi was very hostile. If the Sky Bull Sage were to attack the human race, the dragon race would stand on their side. All they needed to do was to win over the three-eyed race's full moon pillar god, and everything would be fine. They could easily find an excuse to keep Ningqi and the others here. Without Ningqi, a Tao-seeking realm mid-stage would be enough to sweep the human race. Golden Wu Zhiga's eyes flickered as he looked at Long Baichuan. Priest Ling Xian smiled and asked innocently, "Don't some races qualify with their strength?" Everyone was startled and smiled bitterly. Priest Ling Xian didn't know who Long Baichuan was talking about? Long Baichuan was also startled and shut his mouth. It didn't matter if he mocked them, but if he pointed out that Ning Qi and the others were not qualified to participate, wouldn't he be expressing his dissatisfaction towards the demon race? Lord Priest, the human race's qualification was granted by the Patriarch, mainly because of the saint. Golden Wu Zhiga quickly transmitted. Priest Ling Xian was enlightened. The three-eyed race's full moon pillar god had an eye on his forehead, but it was currently closed. He glanced at Ning Qi and Fire Qilin, then turned to Proud Wind Dragon King and Priest Ling Xian. "Let's not waste time. Let's start the sacred race as per usual?" "All right." Proud Wind Dragon King nodded. "I don't have any objections." Priest Ling Xian smiled. "In that case, let's begin." Proud Wind Dragon King chuckled. Hearing this, they immediately gave the order. The prodigies of the different races that they brought with them all flew in all directions, instantly leaving this building that looked like an ancient Roman gladiatorial arena. There seemed to be a layer of fog outside, making it hard for people to see clearly. Wang Chao looked around in confusion, then looked at Ning Qi. "Brother Ning, we don't understand the rules. What are we going to do next?" Seeing this, Ning Qi looked at Golden Wu Zhiga. "In the sacred race's hunting grounds, there is a strange beast known as the Yin Demon. Not only is this beast filled with a sinister venom that kills anyone who touches it, but it is also extremely strong. Aside from this battle stage, which is protected by an array formation set up by the three sacred races so that the Yin demons can't find it, everywhere else is filled with Yin demons. You have to kill at least one Yin demon of the same level and return to this place. Only then will you have the right to enter the next competition." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If you kill the most Yin demons and return here the fastest, you will have the right to choose your next opponent." Golden Wu Zhiga transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Ning Qi immediately repeated her words. Only then did Jiang Buxu and the other prodigies turn around and leave excitedly. Once the various prodigies of the different races left, the arena became much emptier. Many of the Tao-seeking cultivators present were familiar with each other. They gathered in twos and threes and chatted with each other. Some of the Tao-seeking cultivators were thick-skinned and continuously surrounded Proud Wind Dragon King and the other two late-stage Tao-seeking cultivators. Bootlicker. Long Haidu swept his gaze across and looked at Ning Qi. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, "Great desolate king, I'm afraid many of the geniuses from the various races will want to fight with you first. Are you prepared to lose to any race?" Ha Bing, who laughed sarcastically. Many of the Tao-seeking cultivators were also amused by Long Haidu's words. To them, the human race had to be at the bottom this time. Long Baichuan laughed coldly in his heart. He had already planned to wait for the dragon race's prodigies to return first before challenging the human race. By then, he would make the human race suffer a crushing defeat. "I'm afraid you will be the first to be eliminated this time." Ning Qi shook his head and said to Long Haidu seriously, "What a joke. Anyone can brag." Long Haidu scoffed. "Great Wilderness King, you seem to be very confident?" Priest Ling Xian moved slightly and appeared beside Ning Qi. Hearing this, everyone shut their mouths and looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. They wanted to know how he would answer Priest Ling Xian. To the crowd, the relationship between the human race and the demon race was no different from the relationship between the dragon race and the frost giant race. The demon race was the main race and the human race was the subsidiary race. Golden Crow Zhiga helplessly sighed in her heart. She didn't have much confidence in humanity's ranking in the saint races chosen of heaven battle. If it was only Long Haidu and Ning Qi ridiculing each other, then there was no need to care. Since priest Ling Xian asked a question, then Ning Qi could only answer truthfully. Otherwise, he would lose face for the demon race. Since priest Ling Xian is asking a question, Great Wilderness King, don't talk nonsense. Long Haidu chuckled. Ning Qi looked at him and then at the young lady from the fox race. He sighed inwardly. She seemed young and immature, but she was already in the advanced Tao querying realm. Ning Qi, on the other hand, was still stuck at the great perfection immortal lord realm even though he had encountered so many opportunities. Comparisons were odious. However, with the fire Qilin around and his various trump cards, Ning Qi was comforted. After thinking about it, Ning Qi smiled. I am confident in the human race. I believe that we can get a good ranking in the Sacred Races Prodigy Tournament. This guy wants to save face? The crowd thought to themselves. A good ranking? Are you confident of getting 4th place? Priest Ling Xian asked curiously. When Nehaman, Lei Yunzi, and Lady Yanzhen heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Their eyes contained a hint of mockery. The foreign races that were ranked behind these 3 races also felt that priest Ling Xian's question was nonsense. If the human race can get 4th place, I, Long Haidu, will chop off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Chapter 32-25. The proud Wind Dragon King and the full moon pillar god sensed that something was wrong, but the rest of the Tao Seekers did not. Their attention was focused on Long Haidu's words, and they immediately burst into laughter. Count me in. If the human race can get 4th place, I will cut off my head and let him use it as a chamber pot. Bingwu laughed. Heavenly Venerate Frost, that's not very kind of you. One of them couldn't help but laugh. Jian Xuanji had been watching coldly from the sidelines, observing Ning Qi's expression. He realized that even in the face of so many Tao querying realm cultivators' mockery, Ning Qi did not react at all. There was not a single trace of anger in his eyes. Although this kid's cultivation is not high, his temperament is not bad. What a pity! Jian Xuanji thought to himself. Forget 4th place, any human cultivator who encountered the cultivators from the Sword Sage clan would have to kneel before them. How could they possibly be a match for the Titan Celestial, Thunder Lizard, and Yuhua clan? Priest Ling Xian secretly stuck out his tongue. He seemed to have realized that he had said something inappropriate. As long as the human race gets 4th place, will the 2 of you really cut off your heads and let me use them as my chamber pots? Ning Qi smiled, his eyes sharp as he looked at Long Haidu and Ice Serpent. He's still stubbornly holding on. Everyone shook their heads in their hearts. In their opinion, Ning Qi was now a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. Forget it. What's there to bet on? Priest Ling Xian waved his hand. Bing Wu, who had wanted to speak up, immediately shut her mouth. However, Long Haidu's fear of the 3 sacred tribes had been reduced to the minimum because Great Sage Celestial Bull was already a cultivator at the Tao querying realm. Even if priest Ling Xian spoke up, it would not stop him from humiliating Ning Qi. That's right. As long as you get 4th place, I'll cut off my head and let it be your chamber pot. But what if you don't get 4th place? Long Haidu said with a provocative smile. Looks like Long Haidu intends to finish off the great desolate king in this match. He is sparing no effort to lure him into a trap. Everyone smiled as they watched this scene. A few of them even pretended to support Ning Qi, hoping that Ning Qi would agree to this bet. Priest Ling Xian, since he wants to bet with me, I will accept it. Ning Qi smiled at Priestess Ling Xian and then looked at Long Haidu. How about this? It's just a chamber pot. It's not worth much. If you add something else, I'll bet with you. After a pause, he looked at Bing Wu. There's also you. Since you proposed to make a bet with me just now, you should add something as well. A mere chamber pot? One had to know that he was referring to Long Haitu's head. Wasn't Ning Chi implying that Long Haitu's head was worthless? Everyone's expression became strange. Bastard! A trace of anger flashed in Bing Wu's eyes. She glanced at Proud Wind Dragon King and saw that he was only faintly watching this without any other expression. Bing Wu immediately understood what was going on. She turned to Ning Chi and said, "Besides the head, I will also take out 10 more Shenluo stone mines." "Me too," Long Haitu immediately said. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If you lose, I only want your head and this spirit beast." Bing Wu was slightly startled. She glanced at Long Haitu and sneered, "Since we're betting together, we'll get the stake together. We'll split the spirit beast equally. Frost Heavenly Venerable, how about we split it privately after we win?" Long Haitu transmitted his voice. "All right." Bing Wu nodded slightly. Long Haitu saw this and sneered at Ning Chi. "Do you dare to accept? If it's third, second, or even first place, it'll count as my win, right?" Ning Chi smiled. "Arrogant." Full Moon Pillar God frowned and snorted coldly. Long Haitu and Bing Wu were delighted. "Forget it. As long as it's above fourth place, it'll count as your win." In this way, Ning Chi would offend the 3 sacred clans. He would also have to offend the Titan clan, Thunder Lizard clan, and Yuhua clan, who were most likely to get fourth place. Ha ha! Long Baichuan laughed wildly in his heart. He could already imagine the scene of Ning Chi's head falling to the ground in the near future. "Great Wilderness King, why don't you not bet with them? Why don't I speak up for you?" Priestess Ling Xian said with a strange expression. She already knew that it was her question that had forced Ning Chi into this situation step by step. "Priestess Ling Xian, don't worry. I have never lost a bet with others." Ning Chi smiled faintly. Everyone could not help but sneer. Never lost a bet with others? That was obviously a boast. But they did not know that Ning Chi never made a bet that he was not confident of winning. Next, everyone waited quietly for the first team to return. Priestess Ling Xian was a little embarrassed about Ning Chi, so she focused her attention on the Fire Qilin. The haughty Wind Dragon King had already received news that the Fire Qilin was at the late stage of the Tao querying realm. As he chatted with the Full Moon Pillar God, he glanced at the Fire Qilin from the corner of his eye. Occasionally, he would glance at the Long Sea Tuesday. As long as Ning Chi lost this bet, he would deal with the Long Sea Tuesday. Wouldn't the Fire Qilin fall into the hands of the Dragon Tribe? As for Bing Wu, he was a lackey of the Dragon Tribe. If the Dragon Tribe said one thing, he would not say another. There was no need to worry. Thinking of this, the smile in Proud Wind Dragon King's eyes deepened. "Saint, are you from the Shenluo world?" "Sage, what is God Luo world like? I heard there are 10,000 different races." "Sage, why aren't you answering my question?" The Fire Qilin was originally lying by Ning Chi's feet, but after Priestess Ling Xian's disturbance, she stood up and walked to Ning Chi's other side to lie down, ignoring Priestess Ling Xian. Such arrogant behavior made Priestess Ling Xian and Golden Crow Zhiga even more convinced of the Fire Qilin's origins. A few days later, Proud Wind Dragon King suddenly smiled. "Looking at the time, my race's genius should be back soon." "Not necessarily." Full Moon Pillar God smiled. Priestess Ling Xian did not care if the demon race's genius was ranked first. She continued to ask questions about the Fire Qilin. After much difficulty, the Fire Qilin finally answered some of her questions impatiently. "Can I enter the cauldron? If I am not here, the soul you care about might lose its mind." The Fire Qilin said bitterly. "Let's wait, a little time is not a problem." Ning Chi smiled. He would occasionally check on the state of Wang Shui's soul. It was really stable and nothing would happen. "Someone is back." So. The crowd immediately turned their gazes in one direction. Not long after, they saw 9 figures appearing one after another. When the crowd saw the faces of the 9 figures clearly, Their faces were filled with disbelief. Human race? How was it the human race? Proud Wind Dragon King's expression became a little ugly. Long Haitu and Bingwu were stunned. They exchanged glances with one another and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. We didn't fail. Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses tossed the Yin Demon's corpse to the ground and cupped their fists towards Ning Qi. Very good. Ning Qi smiled and nodded his head. Chapter 32-26. These were the Yin Demons? Ning Qi's gaze landed on the 9 corpses on the ground, and his eyes moved slightly. The 9 corpses all looked different, and each of them had a special aura. This aura was not spiritual qi, nor was it the power of the Great Path, nor was it devil qi. However, it was the closest to devil qi. Could it be that these Yin Demons were a branch of the demon race? They are all Great Perfection Emperor Realm Yin Demons. How did they do it? Faster than the 3 holy tribes' geniuses? Could it be that they are pretending to be weak? That's not possible. The human race has been weak for many years, and they only have one great wilderness king. Furthermore, they are relying on external forces. How could their geniuses be comparable to the 3 holy tribes? The Tao-seeking realm existences had strange expressions on their faces. They were filled with doubts. Long Haitu and Bing Shi's expressions were extremely gloomy. The Proud Wind Dragon King and the Full Moon Pillar God looked at each other. Their expressions weren't too good. The rest of the top 30 major races, including Nehaman, Lei Yunzi, and Lady Yanjun, were all staring at Jiang Buxu and the others with cold eyes. This time, the human race had seized the initiative. Although the human race had taken the initiative, it was enough to embarrass them. They are just Yin Demons. So what if they are faster? In the next round, it will be a battle of strength. Long Haitu sneered. That's right. Bing Shi nodded. Perhaps these Yin Demons are seriously ill and coincidentally fell into the hands of the human race. When Jiang Buxu and the rest heard this, they were slightly enraged. However, they quickly calmed down and a cold smile appeared on their faces. They would find out soon enough if the Yin Demon was seriously ill. I see. They are seriously ill? Ning Qi looked at Jiang Buxu and the rest with a faint smile. Reporting to Great Wilderness King, these 9 Yin Demons are indeed in a bad state. They might have just been severely injured. Jiang Buxu's expression changed as he said shyly. As expected, everyone had a look of realization. They felt that the human race was lucky. Such a situation had never happened in the past. This time, the human race had just joined the competition and they were lucky enough to get first place. However, this first place didn't have much use. At most, they could choose a team to compete in the first round. The team that the humans could choose was probably the weakest Feathered Serpent clan. Venerable Golden Snake gave Ning Qi a meaningful look and said with a smile, "It seems that my race will be having the first match with your race. You guys?" Ning Qi shook his head. "I've already decided. The first opponent of the human clan will be the Heavenly Bull race." When Venerable Golden Snake heard this, he smiled in pity. If the human race had chosen them, they would definitely be at the bottom this time. However, if the human race was defeated by the other races first, it was very likely that the Feathered Serpents would still end up at the bottom. How dare you challenge the Longhorn Bull clan? Looks like he knows he's going to lose. Ha ha ha. You want to compete with my clan in the first round? Alright. Long Haida glanced at Ning Qi in surprise, before bursting into laughter. He immediately cupped his hands towards Proud Wind Dragon King and the others. Everyone, I believe everyone has heard the Great Desolation King's words. Please bear witness, lest he goes back on his words. Yes. Proud Wind Dragon King nodded his head. Long Haitu smiled in satisfaction as he bore witness. With Proud Wind Dragon King's approval, there was no point for Ning Qi to go back on his words. Next, the second team to return was the Dragon Clan's Heaven's favorites. There were only 3 of them, but they each brought 3 Yin Demon corpses, making a total of 9. So strong, the eyes of Jiang Buxu and the rest flickered as they looked at the 3 sky prides of the dragon race with a trace of deep fear. When they used the blood spike puppets to kill the Yin demons, they realized that the Yin demons were stronger than any of the human clan's heaven's favorites. If Ning Qi hadn't given them the blood spike puppets, the human clan would have been annihilated in the first round. They wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate in the subsequent rounds. However, the Dragon Clan brought back 9 Yin demon corpses. They were all at the Great Perfection Emperor realm, and there were no injuries on their bodies. From this, it could be seen that the 3 holy clans were indeed as strong as the legends said. Proud Wind Dragon King nodded his head in satisfaction. The 3 Dragon Clan's heaven's favorites revealed a proud look. They swept their gazes around and were dumbfounded when they saw Jiang Buxu and the others. How did they get here faster than us? The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief and subconsciously looked at Proud Wind Dragon King. Proud Wind Dragon King's lips moved slightly, and the 3 of them instantly felt relieved. They then looked at Jiang Buxu and the others with a sneer, and quietly waited for the next team to come. The second team to come back was the 3-eyed race. Seeing this, the full moon pillar god heaved a sigh of relief. At least they managed to save their face in front of the demon race. The 3 heavens favorites of the 3-eyed race were also puzzled. They thought that the Dragon Clan would be first, and the Human Clan would be second. Their expressions turned ugly, but when they found out that it was the Human Clan who got lucky this time and picked up a few dead chickens to get first place, they were relieved. Not long after, the Demon Race's team also came back. When the other teams returned, Ning Qi and the others noticed that the number of foreign races' heaven's favorites had decreased. Obviously, some of the foreign races' heaven's favorites were killed by the Yin demons. That was close. Carlton had many injuries on his body. He dragged his tired body back with Annabella and the rest of the foreign races' heaven's favorites. The Yin demons they faced this time were too strong, and only 5 of them were able to escape. Okay, since you are all back, let's start the next round. Proud Wind Dragon King said calmly. He paused and looked at Ning Qi. Great Wilderness King, are you sure you want to fight the Sky Bull race first? What? The human race will fight first? Did the human race get first place? Carlton was a little shocked. Annabella also looked at Jiang Buxu and the others in shock. The rest of the foreign race's heaven's favorites also felt weird, and their expressions slowly turned weird. Of course. Ning Qi nodded his head calmly. Since your race hasn't participated in the Sacred Race's Genius Battle for a long time, let me tell you the rules here. In the Sacred Race's Genius Battle, as long as the Heaven's favorites you send out are not defeated, they are not allowed to fight until there is a winner. This applies to both sides. Proud Wind Dragon King said. Doesn't that mean that we have the advantage in numbers? Wang Chao instinctively said. Similarly, it would be hard for those with more spots to advance. Full Moon Pillar God scoffed coldly. I'm fine with it. Ning Qi smiled. I'm fine too. Long Haitu smiled and rubbed his palms together. Then let's begin. Proud Wind Dragon King nodded his head calmly. Everyone moved to the side of the arena. Then, a golden barrier rose in the center. Within it, even Dao querying realm techniques wouldn't be able to break it. Bree, go and kill all 9 of them from the human race. Long Haitu smiled at a Sky Bull race genius behind him. Chapter 32-27. How arrogant of you! Jiang Buxu snorted and cupped his fists at Ning Qi. Great Wilderness King, let me go first. Kill him. Don't talk nonsense. Ning Qi nodded plainly. Yes. A trace of a smile flashed across Jiang Buxu's eyes as he slowly walked into the arena. That human seems to be extremely confident. Jian Xuanji chuckled and glanced at Zhuo Xuejuan. Zhuo Xuejuan smiled. Perhaps the heavenly bull race is no match for him. Jian Xuanji shook his head slightly. He could clearly see that Jiang Buxu was only an early-stage Heavenly Emperor, while Bree was a Great Circle Heavenly Emperor. In addition, he was from the Heavenly Bull race. The human race had no chance of winning. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Almost all the Tao-seeking experts had the same thought. They guessed that Ningqi had given up. Otherwise, why did he send an early-stage Great Emperor instead of a Great Circle Great Emperor? The human race is going to lose badly. Venerable Golden Snake smiled. Bing Wu said plainly, they asked for it. That's right. This brat is so arrogant to make such a bet. He's going to lose for sure. What a pity. If only he had bet with me. I heard it's a Tao-seeking intermediate stage, spiritual beast. The one who spoke was a cultivator from the Black Face clan, Wen Dao. The cultivators from this clan were completely white. Only their faces were completely black, as though they had been smeared with charcoal. Who do you think will win? Carlton looked at Annabella. Heavenly Bull race. Annabella said plainly. I think so too. Carlton nodded in agreement. Soon, Jiang Buxu walked into the golden barrier under the gaze of the Tao-seeking old ancestors and great emperor prodigies. The corner of Brulee's mouth rose slightly. He hooked his pinky finger at Jiang Buxu and said in an extremely humiliating manner, Human race brat, I'll let you have 10 moves. As long as you can injure me within these 10 moves, I'll admit defeat. All right. The Heavenly Bull race's prodigies cheered. Long Haitu nodded with a smile. Brulee's words were exactly what he wanted. A simple defeat was nothing. If he could humiliate his opponent, he would be able to vent his anger. Jiang Buxu didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and made a gesture. A pale red figure appeared behind Brulee. When the crowd saw this, their eyes flashed with astonishment. Even the proud Wind Dragon King, Full Moon Pillar God, Priest Ling Xian, and the other late-stage Tao-querying cultivators were shocked. What was that? Bree didn't notice anything as he grinned at Jiang Buxu. What? Are you scared? Poochie. Brulee's head suddenly fell to the ground, but his body still stood blankly on the spot. After his head fell to the ground, Brulee's face still showed a trace of shock, as if he was very shocked and confused that his head had suddenly been chopped off. Poochie. A blood-red spike pierced through the space between Brulee's eyebrows. Brulee's life force was completely cut off. Blood Stinger sheathed her weapon and moved once again. She appeared beside Jiang Buxu and stood there expressionlessly. There was dead silence in the hall. After a few breaths, the prodigy of the Heavenly Bull race roared, Cheating! The humans actually asked for reinforcements? Breaking the rules. Despicable humans! Long Baichuan's expression froze as a trace of disbelief flashed through his eyes. Another puppet? Those who had seen Mo Wei previously looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. As for the other Tao-querying cultivators and their prodigies, they were all shocked. How could this be? Bing Wu was a little surprised as her expression turned ugly. Great Wilderness King of the human race? How can you be so despicable and shameless? Long Haida looked at Ningqi in shock and anger as he let out a roar. Subsequently, he looked at the proud Wind Dragon King and the rest. Seniors, the humans are breaking the rules. I suggest we kill them immediately. Great Wilderness King, give us an explanation. The proud Wind Dragon King looked at Ningqi expressionlessly. He had already discovered that Blood Stinger was at the early stage Tao-querying cultivator. Breaking the rules like this, aren't you looking down on the 3 sacred tribes? Killing intent rose in the eyes of the Full Moon Pillar God. Priest Ling Xian sized up Blood Stinger curiously as though she had seen something fun. Some parts of Blood Stinger that were exposed to the air were a mixture of flesh and machinery. Priest Ling Xian had never seen such a form before. What race was this? Explanation? Everyone, tell these seniors who we are. Ningqi smiled faintly. Who are you guys? Aren't you guys humans? Long Haitu raged. Wrong, we are puppeteers. This is my puppet, Jiang Buxu said coldly. The remaining 8 prodigies smiled. That's right, we are puppeteers. Puppets are the same as treasures. This isn't breaking the rules. Puppeteer? The proud Wind Dragon King was slightly stunned. He moved and appeared beside Jiang Buxu. He stared at Blood Stinger for a moment before squinting his eyes. It looks like a puppet. The full moon pillar god also came beside Blood Stinger. The eye on his forehead suddenly opened and a golden light enveloped Blood Stinger. After a while, he said with a strange expression. So it's a puppet. Ha, I didn't expect there to be early-stage Dao querying puppets in God Luo mystic domain. Interesting. Priest Ling Xian laughed out loud. Thereafter, she looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. Can you give me one too? Ning Qi's eyes moved as he transmitted his voice. Creating these puppets requires some special resources. If Lord Priest can find them, one is not a problem. All right. What does the demon race lack? I will definitely find one for you. It's a deal. Priest Ling Xian said immediately. Puppet? Impossible. How can there be puppets in God Luo mystic domain? Long Haida screamed. What a joke. If it was really a puppet, wouldn't he lose this bet for sure? He was going to chop off his head and use it as a chamber pot. The ice dragon's face was pale. Fortunately, the skin of the frost giant race was pale, so others couldn't see the fear in the ice dragon's heart. Are you suspecting me? The full moon pillar god suddenly looked at Long Haida coldly. Now that all 3 of his eyes were opened, his aura increased by countless times. Just a single look was enough to make Long Haida break out in cold sweat. No, I'm not suspecting the full moon pillar god, but Long Haida's face instantly turned pale. It's indeed a puppet. Chapter 32:28. Seems like it's really a puppet. An early-stage Dao-seeking realm puppet. I wonder how the great wilderness king made it. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Jiang Buxu was merely an early-stage emperor. They naturally wouldn't think that this puppet was refined by Jiang Buxu. But Ning Qi was different. His cultivation level might be lower than Jiang Buxu, but he had a Dao-seeking realm spiritual beast. Wait, he can't possibly have 2 Dao-seeking realm puppets. He must have given the Marquis God Courage's puppet to another genius. This isn't allowed by the rules. Long Haidu suddenly thought of this and hurriedly said, You mean this one? Wang Chao coldly laughed, and an ink guard appeared beside him. Ning Qi had long since expected this, and had always told Wang Chao to be prepared. Long Haidu shut his mouth with an ugly expression. Proud Wind Dragon King looked at Ink Guard and said, Let the contest continue. The Heavenly Bull Tribe is bound to lose. Not just the Heavenly Bull Tribe. If we encounter the human race, we won't be able to win either. I'm afraid the 3 sacred tribes won't be able to win either, unless one of their geniuses has an innate numinous treasure. Could it be that the human race is really going to emerge and take first place in the Sacred Tribe Prodigy Contest? This is an honor that the Titan gods have never had before. The Dao-seeking cultivators considered the crucial point of the matter, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Jinwu Zhiga heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Qi meaningfully. She didn't expect Ning Qi to have such a trump card. Niheiman and the other late-stage Dao querying cultivators had solemn expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking about. They then glanced at Proud Wind Dragon King, Full Moon Pillar God, and Priest Ling Xian from the corner of their eyes. The first 2 were expressionless and did not show any emotions. They didn't expect the demon race to lose to the human race. Forget it. Since the 3 sacred tribes didn't say anything, let's just leave it to fate. Niheiman transmitted. Hearing this, Lei Yunze and Lady Yanjun looked at each other and nodded slightly. What are you waiting for? Come and die, or scram back to the Heavenly Bull Tribe and never participate in the Sacred Tribe Prodigy Contest again. Jiang Buxu looked coldly at the Heavenly Bull Tribe and shouted, Ancestor? How do we fight this? The prodigies of the heavenly bull race looked at each other. No one was willing to go up. This was clearly sending them to their deaths. We can't surrender. Today's grudge, old ancestor will avenge you in the future, Long Haitu said solemnly. You can't even protect yourself, right? A prodigy said subconsciously. Long Haitu's expression changed, and he looked at the prodigy of the heavenly bull race. What did you say? You don't have to worry about me. Go on stage right now. If you don't, I'll kill you. When everyone saw this scene, they suddenly felt funny in their hearts, but immediately they looked at Ning Chi with lingering fear. If they met the human clan in the next competition, they were afraid that the situation would not be any better than the heavenly bull clan. A trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the sky bull race prodigy. If he didn't go up, he would die. If he went up, he would also die. If he was going to die either way, he might as well go up and fight. Thinking of this, he slowly walked into the arena. However, as soon as he stepped into the golden light barrier, he was beheaded by the blood spike owl. He died just like Bruli. Again. Jiang Buxu stood leisurely on the spot and shouted, Old ancestor, go! Long Haida said solemnly, There are only dead heavenly bull race. No heavenly bull race surrenders. This, in the following time, everyone watched an extremely boring yet bloody battle. The emperor prodigies of the heavenly bull race entered the arena one by one and were killed by the bloodspike owl. None of them had a chance to fight back. In the end, the last emperor prodigy of the heavenly bull race died in the hands of the bloodspike owl. Only Long Haitu was left on the heavenly bull race's side. The heavenly bull race loses this competition, Proud Wind Dragon King said. Seconded. Full Moon Pillar God nodded. Lord Shaman Golden Wu Zhiga looked at Shaman Ling Xian, who had been circling around Wang Chao and sizing up Mo Wei. The battle is over? Seconded. Priest Ling Xian looked at the crowd blankly. He then understood the situation and nodded. The heavenly bull race's defeat could be said to be extremely tragic. This kind of situation had only happened to the Sword Saint race in the past. Jian Xuanji and the prodigies of the Sword Saint race behind him seemed to have thought of this. If they were to encounter the prodigies of the human race, would they also have to fight to the end? If we encounter them, we'll just surrender. Although our Sword Saint clan loves to fight, we're not that brainless. Jian Xuanji transmitted his voice. The prodigies of the Sword Sage clan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. They were afraid that Jian Xiantong would send them to their deaths like Long Haitu. Brother Long, you're going to lose. Ning Chi looked at Long Haitu with a smile. Long Haitu's expression flickered. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Get fourth place first. The great emperors of the three sacred tribes are not easy to deal with. So what if your disciple has an early Tao querying realm puppet? Perhaps they had connate spiritual treasures? We just have to stop this. Puppet, what are your chances of winning? Yeah. Long Haitu's words made everyone excited. Nehaman and the rest subconsciously looked at the prodigies of the three sacred tribes. Indeed, they found some clues on their faces. After seeing the early Tao querying realm puppet, these prodigies did not lose their will to fight. As long as the human race encounters one of the three sacred tribes, we can use the three sacred tribes to suppress them. At that time, our race can still fight for fourth place. If both sides are injured, we might even get third place. Lei Yunzi thought of this and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Bing Wu hurriedly looked at Proud Wind Dragon King. Don't worry. You guys won't lose this bet. Proud Wind Dragon King's voice rang in Bing Wu's ears. Many thanks, Dragon King. When the originally nervous Ice Hornless heard these words, her mood immediately improved. She looked at Ning Chi with a ferocious grin in her eyes. The following matches would be decided by drawing lot. The human race had already competed once, so there was naturally no need to draw lots this time. When Jiang Buxu returned to Ning Chi's side, he felt as though he was floating. He was extremely excited. He was the first human to participate in the Sacred Tribe's genius sparring in many years, and he had even won first place. This was an incomparably glorious matter for everyone present. Congratulations, Senior Brother Jiang. Everyone congratulated him. The human race was very happy. It was a stark contrast to Long Haitu, who was standing alone. The first round of the sparring ended very quickly. The Blood Elf race, Frost Giant race, and Feathered Serpent race were very unlucky. They encountered the 3 sacred tribes and were defeated immediately. Venerable Golden Snake revealed a resentful expression. Losing to the 3 saint races was better than losing to the humans. Ice Hornless didn't care too much about winning or losing. Only Wendao of the Blood Elf race, as well as the proud sons of heaven participating in this war, Annabella and the others, were in low spirits. Chapter 32-29. In the second round of drawing lots, the various foreign tribes were very nervous. When the final result was out, many of them heaved a long sigh of relief, because they had not drawn the human race. Instead, it was the Thunder Lizard race that had drawn the lot to compete with the human race. Long Haita's eyes lit up, and he felt a glimmer of anticipation. The Thunder Lizard race was the second-ranked race on the 100 Races leaderboard. Before the Heavenly Bull Sage had broken through, the Heavenly Bull tribe's strength could not compare to the Thunder Lizard race at all. They were only at the late-stage Tao Querying Realm, and the Thunder Lizard race already had 3. The Heavenly Bull tribe had mid- and early-stage Tao Querying Realm existences. If the Thunder Lizard race could defeat the human race, then he would have won the bet. After Bing Qi received the hint from the proud Wind Dragon King, he had already calmed down. Now that he saw that Ning Qi had drawn the Thunder Lizard race in the second round, his mood brightened. The human race, who was not qualified to enter the 100 Races leaderboard, has met the second-ranked Thunder Lizard race? The world is really unpredictable. The Thunder Lizard race is going to lose this time. If they lose this round, their ranking will probably be outside the top 10, right? The various foreign tribes looked at each other, gloating in their hearts. They thought that it would be best if Nehaman and the others could compete with the human race. That way, their ranking would be higher. Lei Yunzi, you will represent us this time and test out these guys. As long as you show your trump card and defeat the human race genius with the early Tao Querying Realm puppet, the rest will be easy to deal with. Nehaman transmitted. What bullsh *T trump card do I have? Lei Yunzi's face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. Don't think that I don't know that your Thunder Lizard race has spent a lot of effort to obtain a connate numinous treasure. Although its grade is not high, it should be able to deal with an early-stage Tao Querying Realm existence. All for the sake of suppressing the 3 holy tribes in this Sacred Race Genius Tournament and taking first place? How naive! Your connate numinous treasure pales in comparison to that of the 3 saint clans. Nehaman snorted. Seems like your Titan God tribe is really well informed. Lei Yunzi gave him a fake smile as he glanced at him. Not long after, the other teams had finished their battles. Those who won were happy, while those who lost were dejected. However, when the human race and the Thunder Lizard clan were about to enter the arena, everyone adjusted their mentality and excitedly prepared to watch the next battle. Ning Qi noticed that Lei Yunzi seemed to value a heaven-chosen one of the Thunder Lizard clan very much. He had specially told him a few things before letting him take the field. Busu, you have to be careful. The opponent might also have a trump card. Ning Qi's lips moved slightly. Jiang Buxu was startled for a moment before he nodded his head and slowly walked into the arena. Boom! As soon as he entered, the prodigy of the Thunder Lizard clan let out a thunderous roar, and dazzling lightning rose from his body. Everyone took a closer look and saw a ball of lightning wrapped in arcs of electricity hovering in front of that sky pride. The aura of this ball of lightning was countless times stronger than that of a Tao treasure. Connate spiritual treasure. It's a thunderball of astral energy. To think that the Thunder Lizard clan actually managed to repair this connate spiritual treasure. The human race is in trouble. Back when the thunderball of astral energy was at its peak, it was controlled by a Tao-querying realm cultivator and could unleash incredible strength. Even if it is controlled by an emperor-level prodigy now, I'm afraid an early-stage Tao-querying realm puppet won't be able to handle it, right? That's great. Long Haitu was overjoyed. He wanted to hug Lei Yunzi and kiss him. He had thought that there was a high chance that they would lose this time. In the end, the Thunder Lizard clan already had a connate spiritual treasure, let alone the 3 sacred clans. Only by defeating the Thunder Lizard clan, the Titan clan, and the Nuwa clan would the human race have a chance of ascending. 4th place. No wonder. I was wondering where the Thunder Lizard clan found this connate spiritual treasure. They actually managed to repair this connate spiritual treasure that was destroyed by the 3-eyed race. Nehaman was enlightened. When the full moon pillar god saw the thunderball of astral energy, he had a strange look in his eyes. A long time ago, the Thunder Lizard clan was even stronger than the Titan clan now. In fact, they were infinitely close to the 3 sacred clans. Therefore, they were extremely arrogant. Later on, they offended the 3-eyed race for some reason. Eventually, they fought with the 3-eyed race. In the end, the Thunder Lizard clan suffered a crushing defeat. They did not even manage to protect their clan's treasure, the Thunderball of Astral Energy. The patriarch of the 3-eyed race destroyed it with his supreme mystique. The full moon pillar god had also participated in that battle. Go! Jiang Buxu commanded in his mind. The blood thorn instantly turned into a beam of light and charged towards the prodigy of the Thunder Lizard clan. That prodigy also controlled the thunderball of astral energy and launched an extremely powerful attack on the blood thorn. The terrifying electric radiance turned into a lightning snake and charged towards the blood thorn. The speed of the lightning was too fast. The blood thorn could not dodge it and could only take the blow head-on. Boom! The blood thorn staggered back 7 or 8 steps. Both her arms were charred and even the flesh was burnt. It was obvious that she could not take the attack of the thunderball of astral energy. However, the blood thorn was a puppet and its core was made of steel. Apart from the charred flesh, there was no other major damage. Again. Ah! The prodigy of the Thunder Lizard clan laughed and once again activated the thunderball of astral energy. This time, the power was much stronger. The terrifying lightning snake covered the entire arena and bombarded the blood thorn. Boom, boom, boom. The blood thorn kept retreating. When she retreated to the front of Jiang Buxu, Ning Qi's lips moved slightly. Jiang Buxu immediately said, "I admit defeat." With that, he left the arena under the protection of the blood thorn. Ha ha! The human race has lost. Long Haida laughed and looked at Ning Qi with a mocking gaze. Great Wilderness King, I'm looking forward to using your head as a chamber pot. Don't worry, I'll let the entire Heavenly Bull tribe enjoy it. It seems like the human race has lost. The Tao-querying crowd thought to themselves. To them, Jiang Buxu's early-stage Tao-querying realm puppet was already the limit of the human race. The rest of the prodigies were nothing to worry about, let alone the prodigy of the Thunder Lizard clan who had a connate spiritual treasure. Great Wilderness King, why don't I plead for you and forget about the wager? I think I have some face. Priest Ling Xian transmitted his voice. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. He then said plainly, Night Rain, you go. Night Rain was the Emperor Realm prodigy sent by the courageous god Constabulary. She was also one of the 2 female prodigies among the 9 prodigies. When she heard Ning Qi's transmission, her heart skipped a beat. She did not dare to let her guard down and walked into the arena excitedly. Boom! Just as Night Rain entered the arena, the prodigy of the Thunder Lizard clan immediately activated the Astral Energy Thunderball to kill her. However, the Astral Energy Thunderball was also blocked by a blood thorn. What? She also has an early-stage Tao querying realm puppet? Chapter 3230. There are already 3 early-stage Tao-seeking realm puppets. What about the remaining prodigies? The various Tao-seeking experts instinctively looked at Wang Chao and the other prodigies. Wang Chao had an early-stage Tao-seeking realm puppet, Jiang Buxu had one, and this woman had another? Everyone knew that Imperial realm existences could not unleash the true power of a connate numinous treasure. At the same time, they could not activate it for a long period of time. Quickly suppress her. Lei Yunzi immediately transmitted his voice. The Thunder Lizard race prodigy activated the Astral Chi Thunderball again. Many people had already noticed that his face was slightly pale. It seemed like he could not activate it much longer. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When Night Rain's Bloodthorn had reached the limit of what she could bear, she once again surrendered and was replaced by another human race heavenly prodigy. Another blood thorn appeared, but the Thunder Lizard race prodigy looked at her helplessly. He no longer had the strength to activate the Astral Chi Thunderball. Blood Thorn's figure flashed, and the head of the Thunder Lizard race prodigy fell to the ground. Then, she picked up the Astral Chi Thunderball and returned to the side of the human prodigy. My race admits defeat. Return the Astral Chi Thunderball to me. Lei Yunzi's expression fluctuated for a few breaths before he let out a long sigh. Oh? There's such a rule? Ningqi looked at Proud Wind Dragon King, Full Moon Pillar God, and Priest Ling Xian in surprise. There was a strange look on everyone's faces. Just now, many of the winners had seized the Tao artifacts of the losers. Now that Ningqi had seized the Thunder Lizard Clan's supreme treasure, the Astral Energy Lightning Sphere, he did not have to return it. However, there had never been a situation where a connate spiritual treasure was seized by the other party. Human, this is the ultimate treasure of the Thunder Lizard race. It is not something you can possess. Lei Yunzi said darkly. If you want to keep it, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the human race. The threat in his words was very obvious. Your race has a Tao-seeking cultivator at the Great Perfection Realm? Ningqi smiled at him. No. Lei Yunzi's eyes flickered. He did not know what Ningqi meant. Then how did our human race face such a calamity? Do you think you can defeat this spiritual beast by my side with just you? Ningqi laughed. The Fire Qilin stood up slowly. The late-stage Tao querying realm aura gradually revealed itself. Only now did Lei Yunzi and the others realize that the Fire Qilin was actually at the late-stage Tao querying realm. Niheimen and Lady Yanzhen were very surprised as well. Jian Xuanji and the other Tao querying realm cultivators already knew about this. They thought about it carefully and realized that there was no reason for the human race to be afraid of the Thunder Lizard race. Although the Thunder Lizard race had 3 late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators, the human race had seized the Thunder Lizard race's paragon. A treasure, a lightning ball, and the Fire Qilin's strength. This spirit beast is actually at the late-stage Tao querying realm? Lei Yunzi's expression changed slightly. Long Haita's expression didn't look any better. If Great Sage Heavenly Bull hadn't broken through this time, the Heavenly Bull clan would have been destroyed by Ningqi. Thankfully, I'll let you run wild for now. Once Great Sage Heavenly Bull stabilizes his cultivation base, I'll tear you to pieces. Long Haitu thought viciously. Seniors of the sacred race, I have also seen some geniuses' magic treasures being seized by others. I believe this is in accordance with the rules of the 3 sacred races. This astral energy lightning ball should belong to us humans, right? Ningqi cupped his fists and smiled. Proud Wind Dragon King didn't speak. He looked at Ningqi expressionlessly, but the Full Moon Pillar God suddenly said, That's right. This astral energy lightning ball belongs to you humans. That's indeed the case. Priestess Ling Xian nodded. What? Lei Yunzi looked at the Full Moon Pillar God and Priest Ling Xian in a daze. His expression became extremely unsightly. The former had a grudge against the Thunder Lizard race, while the latter clearly stood on the side of the human race. Therefore, only the dragon race could speak up for him. Thinking of this, Lei Yunzi cupped his fists and bowed to proud Wind Dragon King. Lord Dragon King, please make a fair decision. The Astral Energy Lightning Ball is our tribe's sacred treasure. How can we let it fall into the hands of humans? Everything has to be done according to the rules. You can't break the rules just because it's your Thunder Lizard tribe, right? How can that be fair? Full Moon Pillar God said plainly. Seeing this, the Tao-seeking experts knew that the Full Moon Pillar God was still holding a grudge against the Thunder Lizard tribe for their audacity and was using this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Proud Wind Dragon King's eyes flickered. He looked at the Full Moon Pillar God and Priestess Ling Xian, then suddenly smiled at Lei Yunzi. That's right. Let's do it according to the rules. This, Lei Yunzi's face was ashen. Even proud Wind Dragon King had said so. At this moment, it was impossible for him to take back the Astral Energy Lightning Ball. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. The human race prodigy brought Blood Thorn back to Ning Qi. Blood Thorn handed the Astral Energy Lightning Ball to Ning Qi. Not bad, not bad. Ning Qi took the Astral Energy Lightning Ball and smiled at Lei Yunzi. Thank you for the Astral Energy Lightning Ball. Lei Yunzi's face darkened as he stared at Ning Qi. Nehaman and Lady Yanjun didn't look too good either. Although the three races usually had their own disputes, what happened in Thundercloud Marsh made the two of them feel that they were in the same boat. Next, it was time for the other races to compete. Ning Qi was bargaining with the system. When he first got the Astral Energy Lightning Ball, the system asked if he could sell it to the system for 2.5 billion merit points. System, even the lowest quality connate numinous treasures in the 5 billion club are worth 5 billion merit points. This Astral Energy Lightning Ball is not bad. It's a top-tier grade 1 treasure. It shouldn't be a problem to sell it for 4 billion merit points, right? 2.5 billion merit points. Would the host confirm the sale? Would 3.5 billion be okay? 2.5 billion merit points. Would the host confirm the sale? Not selling. Ning Qi snorted. No matter what, it was a connate numinous treasure. It wasn't as badly damaged as the immortal slaying gourd. In the hands of an imperial realm existence, it could fight against an early Tao querying realm cultivator. Selling it for 2.5 billion merit points was too cheap. A few days later, the second round of competition ended. At this point in the Sacred Clan Sky Pride tournament, there were only 8 major clans left in the third round of the tournament. The 3 major demon clans, the Human Clan, the Sword Sage Clan, the Spider Clan, the Titan Clan, and the Nuwa Clan had all been eliminated. As long as the human race won one more round, they would secure 4th place. Long Haitu and Bing Wu looked at each other and felt that the other's expression was even worse than theirs. It's fine. With proud Wind Dragon King as our backing, he won't let the human race advance to 4th place. Bing Wu comforted herself. The third round of drawing lots began. When proud Wind Dragon King was drawing lots, his eyes flickered. Human race against the dragon race. When everyone saw the result, their expressions turned strange. Phew, Long Haidu heaved a sigh of relief. Proud Wind Dragon King didn't lie to me. Chapter 32-31. The upcoming battle will probably be the most exciting among the Sacred Tribe's prodigies in the past, right? The humans really do have the strength to go up against the Dragon Tribe. If the humans win, the Dragon Tribe will lose their spot in the top 4. Won't they be a laughing stock? Many Tao-seeking cultivators pondered in their hearts, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Before, they looked down on the humans, thinking that Ning Qi and the others were nouveau riche. But now they were secretly supporting the humans, hoping that they could win. The 3 sacred tribes had ruled over the 100 tribes for many years. Which tribe had not been beaten up by the Dragon Tribe? They all hoped to see the dragon tribe make a fool of themselves today. Except for a few. The Ao Feng Dragon King swept his cold gaze across the faces of the Tao-seeking cultivators. In a flash, he appeared before the 3 heavens favorites of the dragon race and patted 2 of them lightly. The 2 heavens favorites of the dragon race were startled for a moment before joy filled their faces. What is this? Imparting power? No, the auras of the 2 dragon tribe geniuses are different from before. It seems like something has entered their bodies. Connate spiritual treasure? It must be. Ao Feng Dragon King has already broken the rules by giving them a connate spiritual treasure, but there is no trace of it. Everyone's expression became slightly strange. One of the dragon tribe geniuses was not patted on the forehead by Ao Feng Dragon King. This meant that the dragon tribe geniuses had a connate spiritual treasure. Now that the 3 dragon tribe geniuses had 3 connate spiritual treasures, even if the humans had early Tao querying puppets, it would still be difficult to win. As Long Baichuan saw this, he smiled at Bing Wu and Long Haitu. You've won this bet. Remember to lend this old man the great desolate king's chamber pot. Elder Baichuan is too polite. Of course. The 2 snickered and transmitted. They could naturally tell that Ao Feng Dragon King had done something. The full moon pillar god slightly frowned and looked at Proud Wind Dragon King, but he didn't say anything in the end. Meanwhile, Golden Wu Zhiga reminded Priest Ling Xian, but when he saw Priest Ling Xian's confused expression, he was speechless. He didn't even notice Proud Wind Dragon King's little action. Great Wilderness King, Ao Feng Dragon King has done something. Your side must be careful. Jinwu Zhiga could only transmit his voice to Ning Qi. Miss Zhigo, don't worry. If I dare to stand up for the Sky Bull race and the Frost Giant race, I'll make sure they can't even protect themselves. Today, I will make sure that the dragon race can't even enter the top 4. Ning Qi replied with a smile. Jinwu Zhiga was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. He didn't know where Ning Qi got his confidence from. At this moment, everyone saw Ning Qi slowly walking towards Jiang Buxu and lightly patting his forehead. This gesture was obviously a copy of Proud Wind Dragon King's earlier action. Does this kid also have a connate numinous treasure? Everyone had a strange thought in their minds. Even if Ning Qi had just obtained an Astral Qi Thunderball, he wouldn't allow his disciples to use it today. Otherwise, it would be a blatant violation of the rules. Jiang Buxu was stunned for a moment before his eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy. Deliberately mystifying things. Long Baichuan coldly snorted. Bing Wu and Long Haitu were a bit nervous as they saw this. But after they heard Long Baichuan's cold snort, they immediately calmed down and looked at Ning Qi with ridicule in their eyes. Do you think that you are also Proud Wind Dragon King? A mere immortal lord shouldn't come out and show off. Long Haitu smiled faintly. Soon, you will become a chamber pot and have no right to speak to me. I can almost smell the stench coming from your mouth. Ning Qi said indifferently. Priest Ling Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. The demon race's Emperor Realm prodigies also chuckled when they saw this. They knew that the relationship between their race and the human race had become somewhat unusual. Therefore, when everyone snorted at the human race, the way they looked at the human race was rather gentle. Pfft, this kid is infuriating me. Long Haitu was so angry that his blood vessels almost burst. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ning Qi. The 2 bull horns on his head were burning red from the heat. All right, let's start the battle, Proud Wind Dragon King said indifferently. One of the Emperor Realm Dragon Race's subordinates walked into the arena and looked at Jiang Buxu with bright eyes. Go on. Ning Qi said indifferently. Yes, Great Wilderness King. Jiang Buxu nodded his head solemnly and walked into the arena. The other party seemed to be prepared and was afraid that Jiang Buxu would immediately release that initial stage Tao querying realm puppet to kill him. Hence, when Jiang Buxu entered the arena, He immediately let out a loud roar and a giant golden bell flew out from his mouth. It spun above his head and the aura in the arena instantly changed. The aura emitted by the giant bell was even stronger than the astral chi lightning ball. Connate spiritual treasure. Look at its grade, it is enough to crush an ordinary Tao-seeking realm early stage. If I control it, I can even fight a Tao-seeking realm late stage. The dragon race's foundation is really incomparable to ours. A Tao-seeking realm intermediate stage muttered to himself. He looked at the giant bell with a burning gaze and couldn't wait to take it for his own use. Great Wilderness King, I'm waiting to use your head as a chamber pot. Long Haida laughed out loud. His laughter was like a midnight snack, sinister and cold. Bing Wu was more reserved. The corners of his mouth curved up in a faint smile as he looked at Ning Qi. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was a mighty miracle general that was hundreds of feet tall. He held a hammer with both hands and waved it wildly, bombarding the giant bell. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The sudden attack caused the giant bell's aura to become unstable. The face of the dragon race prodigy that was controlling the giant bell turned pale. This was because with the mighty miracle general's attacks, he was losing a huge amount of energy every second. What is this? Everyone stared at the mighty miracle general in shock. The mighty miracle general's aura was even stronger than the giant bell. If he continued to attack like this, the dragon race prodigy would definitely be exhausted and be defeated. Oh no! Proud Wind Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to speak, the mighty miracle general had already broken the giant bell's defense with a punch. He grabbed the giant bell in his hand and stomped on the defenseless dragon race prodigy. Actually, with the giant bell's grade, if it was an early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator controlling it, the mighty miracle general would, at most, be able to fight to a draw. If it was a mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator, even the mighty miracle general would be defeated. It was a pity that the one controlling it was merely an Emperor realm dragon race cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the dragon race prodigy was reduced to a pile of mush under the mighty miracle general's foot. Even his soul did not escape. The mighty miracle general turned around and walked to Ning Qi. He handed the giant bell to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took a look and immediately kept it in his spatial bag. Eastern Emperor Bell. Chapter 32-32. No matter what, the Eastern Emperor Bell is mine now that it's in my hands. It's at least a third-grade connate spiritual treasure, comparable to the immortal slaying gourd, or even slightly better. Proud Wind Dragon King probably doesn't know this, which is why he gave it to his disciple. Ning Qi thought to himself. He then smiled and cupped his fists at Proud Wind Dragon King. Proud Wind Dragon King, thanks for letting me win. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. From the appearance of the Bell of the East Emperor to the fact that the Bell of the East Emperor was seized, the genius of the dragon tribe was trampled to death, and finally, the Bell of the East Emperor fell into Ning Qi's hands. The entire process was too short, so short that no one could react. How could this be? Long Haidu's face paled. His emotions had been up and down countless times today. Now, even the dragon race's prodigy with a connate spiritual treasure was defeated? Didn't that mean that he had lost the bet again? This is also a puppet? Jian Xuanji and the rest looked at the mighty miracle general in shock. The mighty miracle general's strength was comparable to a mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. A mid-stage Tao querying realm puppet appeared in the God Luo mystic realm? Would there be a late-stage Tao querying realm in the future? Or even the great perfection Tao querying realm? Puppeteers are so strong? Could it be that the human race was one of the sacred races in this world a long, long time ago? I thought it was just a rumor spread by the human race. From the looks of it, perhaps the human race was even stronger than the dragon race during their heyday. Zhuo Xuejuan was shocked. It's over. Could it be that even the dragon race can't stop the human race today? The ice serpent was horrified. The mighty miracle general shone with a metallic luster and was partially covered in flesh. To the ice serpent, it was a soul-reaping demon. The full moon pillar god's expression changed a few times. The way he looked at Ningqi finally changed a little. At this moment, Ningqi was no longer an insignificant junior in his eyes. He was vaguely treating Ningqi as his peer. Ningqi had used these trump cards again and again. Even the prodigy of the dragon race, even the three-eyed race and demon race, had never achieved such a feat. Wow! Isn't this a mid-stage Dao querying realm puppet? Great Wilderness King, I want this, I want this! Priest Ling Xian said in surprise. Lord Priest, as long as the materials are in place, there won't be a problem. Ningqi smiled. Definitely. Proud Wind Dragon King, hurry up and send out the next disciple so that we can end this sacred race prodigy tournament as soon as possible. I still have matters to attend to. Priest Ling Xian shouted at Proud Wind Dragon King. Proud Wind Dragon King's face was as dark as ink. After hearing Priest Ling Xian's words, he almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. If the other party had such a puppet, would they send their next disciple to his death? And give him a connate numinous treasure as well? No matter how rich and overbearing the dragon clan was, it was not to this extent. Moreover, that giant bell was originally his possession. He had temporarily lent it to his disciples. He had never thought that the human clan would seize it and fall into Ningqi's hands. This loss was enough to make the greedy dragon clan feel heartache for 10 million years. After taking a deep look at Ningqi and mighty miracle divine general, Proud Wind Dragon King made a decision that the dragon tribe had never made before. The dragon race admits defeat. Proud Wind Dragon King said indifferently. Kacha. Bing Wu and Long Haidu's hearts seemed to shatter. If the dragon race admitted defeat, wouldn't the human clan be at least in fourth place? Wouldn't that mean that they had lost the bet? Why did they admit defeat just like that? Ningqi lamented in his heart. The dragon race clearly had 2 more connate numinous treasures. Even if he did not use them himself, he could sell them to the system for 2.5 billion each. Ningqi did not mind having too many merit points. He only had slightly more than 20 billion merit points now and could only exchange for 4 Immortal Palace elixirs. 2 connate numinous treasures were equivalent to 1 Immortal Palace elixir. Now that he had 10, Ningqi wanted to try and see if he could break the prison suppression gate. What would he see after breaking it? The dragon race actually admitted defeat. After so many years, I'm afraid only the human clan could force the dragon race to admit defeat. This great wilderness king is not a simple character. No wonder the heavenly bull tribe suffered at his hands. Could it be that the great sage of the heavenly bull tribe knew about this, which was why he did not show himself? The great wilderness king has many puppets under him, and that advanced Tao querying realm spiritual beast. The heavenly bull tribe is not a match for him at all. I'm afraid Long Haitu will not be able to keep his head today. The various foreign races asked with different expressions. We won. Our human clan is at least in the top 4. No, we might even get first place in the Sacred Race Prodigy Contest today. Ah! Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses were overjoyed. Only Wang Chao seemed to have thought of something, and a look of pity flashed in his eyes. The human clan's foundation was too shallow. They had already offended the dragon race today. If they won first place in the Sacred Race Prodigy Contest, they would offend the three-eyed race and the demon race. Then, the human clan would probably be pushed to the opposite side of all the other races. If that's the case, I'm in the top 4 this time, right? I've won the bet. Our human clan will not participate in the following contest. Ningqi smiled faintly. The full moon pillar deity was slightly stunned. Nehaman and the other advanced Tao querying realm cultivators were also stunned. They looked at Ningqi with astonishment. Why would they not participate? Given the human clan's current strength, getting first place would be a piece of cake. Even the three-eyed race would have to surrender if they encountered the human clan. How could they lose first place in the Sacred Race Prodigy contest just like that? A few breaths later, everyone seemed to have thought of the crux of the matter. Their impression of Ning Qi changed drastically again. You are worth teaching. The full moon pillar deity nodded in satisfaction. Nehaman and the rest looked at Ning Qi with much gentler gazes. The geniuses of the Sword Sage tribe heaved a sigh of relief. They would not encounter the human clan anymore. Now that the human clan had defeated the dragon clan and would not participate in the following contests, the third place would definitely be chosen from the Titan Celestial race, Nuwa race, Sword Sage race, and Human Spider race. No matter who obtained third place, they would owe Ning Qi a favor. How calculative! If it were me, I would not be willing to give up that title. This lad knows when to advance and when to retreat. He will definitely soar to the skies in the future. The proud Wind Dragon King looked at Ning Qi coldly. His expression changed a few times before he sent a voice transmission. Great Wilderness King, that connate numinous treasure, it's mine. Ning Qi looked at the proud Wind Dragon King with a bright smile. The proud Wind Dragon King was infuriated and immediately shut his mouth. My fourth place is set in stone, right? In that case, Long Haitu, Heavenly Venerable Frost, your bet can be fulfilled. Chapter 32-33. This bet is just a joke. Why take it so seriously? Proud Wind Dragon King suddenly said with a smile. Bing Wu and Long Haitu heaved a sigh of relief. With Proud Wind Dragon King's words, they might be able to get away with this bet. A joke. Jiang Buxu and the other prodigies of the human race were enraged. It was a fair and square bet. How did it become a joke? They could imagine what would happen to Ning Qi if he lost this time. The Dragon Clan's action of favoring the two of them was too obvious. That's right. Master Dragon King is right. This bet is like a joke. Great Wilderness Monarch, why take it so seriously? If you insist on being so aggressive, I'm afraid it's unreasonable. Long Baichuan said with a smile. At this moment, the full moon pillar god suddenly said, Since we've made a bet, we cultivators must abide by it. It's shameful to go back on our words. Everyone's eyes flickered with astonishment. Why is the three-eyed race speaking for the human race? But a few breaths later, they all came to their senses. Ning Qi giving up first place might very well be the three-eyed race's first place. The full moon pillar god was most likely returning the favor. Priest Ling Xian was no longer confused. He nodded and said, A bet is a bet. We must abide by it. Otherwise, the younger generations will think that we Tao-seeking cultivators are untrustworthy. Since the Tao-seeking cultivators of the two races had spoken, many others chimed in. However, most of the foreign races did not wish to offend the dragon race and chose to remain silent. When the two of you made the bet, your expressions didn't look like it was a joke. Jian Xuanji said calmly. Yeah, I think it's better for the two of you to abide by the bet, lest it affects the reputation of the races behind you. Zhuo Xuejuan said with a smile. The Sword Saint race was on friendly terms with the Heavenly Bull race. Hence, Long Haida looked at Jian Xuanji in disbelief. Jian Xuanji did not feel guilty at all. Everyone knew that Jian Xuanji was not siding with the human race. It was just his personality. He could not stand people breaking their promises. Proud Wind Dragon King glanced at the Full Moon Pillar God and said, Full Moon Pillar God, one should be forgiving whenever possible. Your three-eyed race should understand this, right? Since the human race is already in fourth place, it's considered an explanation. Why do you still have to force Heavenly Venerable Frost and Long Haitu? In any case, these two were once my old friends, weren't they? It's true that we've known each other for many years, but let's just forget about old friends. The Full Moon Pillar God smiled with disdain. the three sacred clans want fairness. Did Proud Wind Dragon King forget? Since they made a bet in advance, they will definitely abide by it. If these two are unwilling, I won't be afraid of trouble and will personally take their heads. Let's complete this bet. As Bing Wu and Long Haida heard this, their hearts fell into despair. How terrifying was the full moon pillar god! Even if Nehaman, Lei Yunzi, and goddess Yenjin joined forces, they wouldn't be its opponent. A long, long time ago, the full moon pillar god had won first place in the sacred race's Heaven's Pride battle for the three-eyed race. At that time, Nehaman and the others weren't even born yet. This was a veteran and extremely powerful late-stage Dao querying cultivator. He was likely to take over the three-eyed race in the future. If the full moon pillar god were to personally take action, then the ice-horn dragon and Long Haitu were dead for sure. Full moon pillar god, are you not going to give me this little face? Proud Wind Dragon King's expression changed slightly as he transmitted his voice. It's not that I don't want to give you face, but the three sacred clans must set an example and prioritize fairness. This is the rule passed down by our ancestors. If you show favoritism today, I'm afraid the dragon race will be in danger in the future. The full moon pillar god glanced at Proud Wind Dragon King. Proud Wind Dragon King's expression changed several times. Finally, he snorted coldly and said no more. Seeing this, the ice-horn dragon knelt on the ground and begged Proud Wind Dragon King, hoping that he would stand up and protect him regardless of the consequences. Right now, only Proud Wind Dragon King had the qualifications and ability to do so. Long Haida's expression was uncertain, as if he was calculating something. Forget it. I'll use your heads as my chamber pot. They're too smelly. Ning Qi smiled. The ice-horn dragon was overjoyed. Thank you, great wilderness king. Just kill them, Ning Qi said plainly. The fire Qilin, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a breath. Terrifying flames instantly landed on the ice-horned dragon's body. The mid-stage Dao querying realm existence was reduced to ashes by this attack in less than a breath of time. Everyone looked at the fire Qilin with fear in their eyes. Even Nehaman and the group of late-stage Dao querying realm existences looked at each other in shock. The moment the fire Qilin attacked, everyone realized that its strength was probably comparable to Priest Ling Xian and the other late-stage Dao querying realm existences of the three sacred clans. This was not an ordinary late-stage Dao querying realm spirit beast. It was comparable to the sacred clans. As expected of a sage. You're really strong. Priest Ling Xian was first stunned, then she smiled and sighed. Her eyes were very pure, and she only had admiration for the fire Qilin. Don't kill me. Great Sage Sky Bull has broken through to the perfected Dao querying realm. My Sky Bull race will become a sacred clan soon. If you kill me, the human race will be destroyed. Long Haidu suddenly screamed. At this juncture of life and death, he could no longer hide the fact that Great Sage Sky Bull had broken through. When everyone heard this, they were first stunned, and a trace of suspicion flashed in their eyes. When they saw Long Haida's expression clearly, their hearts suddenly sank, and they were inexplicably shocked. Long Haida's expression did not seem to be fake. Great Sage Sky Bull really broke through? He broke through the locked palace gate and saw the immortal palace? Proud Wind Dragon King, Full Moon Pillar God, and Priest Ling Xian's expressions changed. If what Long Haida said was true, then the Great Sage Sky Bull race was hiding this news to target the three sacred clans. Wang Chao's body shook, and he looked at Long Haitu in disbelief. If Great Sage Sky Bull really broke through, the human race would be the first to be destroyed. What a joke! How can the locked palace gate be broken so easily? Your Great Sage Sky Bull race doesn't have the immortal palace pill? Ning Qi suddenly laughed. The fire Qilin's heart was connected, and it spat out another breath, burning Long Haida's body to ashes, leaving only his head. Even in death, Long Haida never thought that he would die here and now. The regret and resentment that flashed through his mind disappeared along with his soul. Everyone wanted to ask about it, but Long Haidu had already been killed by the Fire Qilin, and the rest of the great sage Sky Bull race prodigies were long dead. There was no one to ask. Chapter 32-34. A few days later, the Sacred Races Prodigy Tournament came to an end. The Demon Race was defeated by the Three-Eyed Race and placed second. The Three-Eyed Race won the championship, but the third place was unexpected. It was the Sword Sage Race. The Titan Race and the Nuwa Race were unlucky and lost to the two Sacred Races. This news soon spread through special channels to the world. When the various alien races learned that the humans had obtained fourth place in the Saint Race's Battle of Heavenly Geniuses and had even managed to defeat the Dragon Clan, all of them were inexplicably shocked. Spies rushed out, and through their efforts, they finally learned of the Saint Race's result. During the detailed process of the Prodigy Tournament, he was shocked that the human race actually possessed middle stage and early stage Dao Querying Realm puppets. But anyone with a brain knew that these puppets must have been made by Ning Qi. Otherwise, why did the humans not have these puppets? And when Ning Qi, the great wilderness queen of the Saint Virtue dynasty, appeared, he had these terrifying puppets. Saint Virtue dynasty. The 100 officials stood in the royal court, their expressions filled with excitement. They had already received the news that the human race had revealed their brilliance in the Saint Race's Proud Son of Heaven battle, and had even defeated the Proud Sons of Heaven of the Dragon Clan and seized fourth place. Just how many years had it been since the human race had been so glorious? Holy Lord is wise. The British Duke suddenly fell to his knees and shouted. The officials knelt down, completely convinced. If not for the Saint Virtue Holy Lord's insistence on building a good relationship with Ning Qi and making him the great wilderness queen of the Saint Virtue dynasty, the humans would not even have had the chance to participate in the Sacred Races Prodigy Tournament, much less take fourth place. From today onwards, the humans would definitely enter the top 30 of the 100 races list. Compared to the past, this was a meteoric rise. No other foreign races would dare to bully the humans. The humans would no longer have to fear the other foreign races and curry favor with them. All of you rise. I did not expect the great desolate queen to bring us such a pleasant surprise. This joyous event should be celebrated by the entire world. Someone go and inform the other 8 empires, 5 great sects and 3 great sacred lands that I intend to hold a celebration banquet in the Saint Virtue Empire. It is not only to congratulate those who have won for our human race. Not only do we have to congratulate the great wilderness queen, but we also have to welcome the great wilderness queen. The Saint Virtue Holy Lord smiled. I'll go. Many people rushed to go, and very quickly, the envoys sent to the various factions were decided. Those who were not chosen felt very disappointed. This was a rare opportunity to show off, and needless to say, they would definitely obtain many benefits from this trip. Holy Lord, I think we should invite some Tao-seeking experts from other alien races to come and welcome the great wilderness king together. We can invite those who are ranked below 30 on the rankings. The Duke of England suddenly spoke. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and a trace of uncertainty flashed in their eyes. The human race had been weak for many years. Even though they had some achievements now, they had not changed their mindset. Asking the other foreign races to ask? What if the other party didn't give him face? Saint Virtue Holy Lord smiled. The British Duke is right. I heard that the great wilderness king, the spiritual beast, has shown his prowess and is already at the late stage of the Tao Querying Realm. He does have the right to invite the other foreign races. How about this? He looked at the British Duke and sighed. Draft a name list and then send people to those foreign races. An invitation. Yes. The Duke of England smiled and cupped his hands. Only then did everyone react. That's right. With the great wilderness king's current strength, would he be afraid that the foreign races wouldn't come? Disregarding everything else, the 10 foreign races that were closest to the human race would definitely rush over. In the future, the human race would be the leader of this region. Who would dare to not come? Envious gazes fell upon the Duke of England. If he was the one who drafted the list, then the envoys to be sent would definitely be chosen by the Duke of England. With the current status of the human race, these envoys would most likely be rewarded handsomely with just one trip, and the benefits that the foreign races offered would definitely be more than what the human race offered. His faction would be much stronger. After the Sacred Race Heaven's Pride contest ended, Ning Qi led everyone away. However, this time, he did not leave from the dragon race, but from the Sacred Race's hunting grounds teleportation formation. He followed Priestess Ling Xian and the others to the demon race. Otherwise, with the dragon race's losses, Ning Qi felt that he wouldn't be able to go far. He would probably be attacked by the dragon race. In fact, even the dragon race leader, who had yet to show his face, who was at the Tao Querying Realm, might attack. As they walked in the demon race's sacred ground, many complicated gazes were cast at them. When the demons saw Priestess Ling Xian, they would first greet her before sizing up the fire Qilin curiously. They had long heard that a sage from the Shunluo realm had descended. That is a sage? He is indeed similar to the image of a sage in the legends. Looking at his aura, he seems to be on par with our Priestess Ling Xian. I wonder where that human came from. He actually has a sage following him. Perhaps this person also came from the Shunluo realm and has a high status there. I heard that the status of the human race in the Shunluo realm is not as awkward as the Shunluo mystic realm. Although they are not fated to be at the top, they are at least in the middle. Not long later, Priestess Ling Xian brought Ning Qi and the rest to the Martial God Hall. This was a very majestic building. It was completely hollowed out from a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall. At the entrance of the Martial God Hall, there were 2 demons that were over 100 feet tall. Ning Qi glanced at them and realized that they were from the elephant race. Although they were only at the early stage of the Tao Querying Realm, the power of their blood was extremely dense. Greetings, Priestess. When the 2 elephant race Tao Querying Realms saw Priestess Ling Xian, they hurriedly placed a hand on their chest and bowed. They looked at Priestess Ling Xian with sincere eyes. Lady Zhigo, how old is Priestess Ling Xian? She looks so innocent, but the demons on your side seem to respect her very much? Ning Qi couldn't help but ask. Priestess Ling Xian has already gained the favor of the Shunluo realm. After our race leader ascends, the Shunluo realm will bestow the Immortal Palace elixir. At that time, Priestess Ling Xian will definitely break through the palace doors and see the Immortal Palace. She will then become the new demon lord of the demon race. Golden Wu Zhigo hesitated for a moment but still explained. This had a lot to do with the fire Qilin. This was because the one who bestowed the Immortal Palace elixir was the Qilin race of the Shunluo realm. I see. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a look of realization. Elephant 1, Elephant 2, are you guys guarding the Martial God Hall again today? Priestess Ling Xian smiled at the 2 of them. Her tone wasn't arrogant at all. These 2 are Tao Querying cultivators of the elephant race. They are the only 2 Tao Querying cultivators in the entire race. Because of their loyalty, they are specially allowed to guard the entrance of the Martial God Hall. Golden Wu Zhigo transmitted a message. Chapter 32-35. Priestess, the chief is coming to see the sage and the great wilderness king personally. Do you want to make some preparations? Golden Wu Zhiga looked at Priestess Ling Xian speechlessly. She didn't even care about proper business and only cared about the puppet. Even if it was a Tao Querying Realm intermediate stage puppet, how could it be stronger than her? There's no need to prepare. The chief doesn't like these unnecessary formalities. Priestess Ling Xian waved her hand and looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Priestess Ling Xian, if you have this, you can refine a Tao querying realm puppet. Ning Qi smiled and took out a star soul stone. He still had some scattered star soul stones in his spatial bag. Because he didn't have enough, the system couldn't refine them into star soul essence. I see. Wang Chao looked at the transparent star soul stone in Ning Qi's hand in shock. During that time, Ning Qi had people dig out all the star soul stones in the Galaxy Mountain Range. He had been guessing what it was used for. Today, he finally heard it from Ning Qi. A Tao querying realm puppet is actually made from such a stone. This is incredible. When I return to the Saint Virtue dynasty, I will order people. No, I will personally search for these stones. There should be many people who have them. Wang Chao thought to himself. After the Sacred Race Prodigy battle ended, Ning Qi took back the puppet. Wang Chao's initial Tao querying realm battle strength returned to the ancient transformation realm. If he could provide enough star soul stones, he might be able to ask Ning Qi to help him refine an initial Tao querying realm puppet. What stone is this? Priestess Ling Xian was stunned. She took the star soul stone from Ning Qi's hand and looked at it for a long time. Then, she looked disappointed. In her memory, there was no such stone in the demon race's treasure vault. Ha ha! I didn't expect a Tao querying realm puppet to be made from this stone. I remember there are many in the crystal rat tribe. Don't those little fellows like to look for these shiny things? A loud and clear voice rang out. Then, an old man in a light golden robe walked into the hall with 3 figures. Chief. Golden Wu Zhiga bowed respectfully. This is the leader of the demon race, the perfected Tao querying realm of the Golden Crow race? Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he looked at the elder. At the same time, he glanced at the 3 figures behind the elder. The 3 of them were all existences at the late-stage Tao-seeking realm. One of them was also an elder with a slightly hunched back. He was at the late-stage Tao-seeking realm of the mystic turtle race. As expected, these 3 people were the other 3 priests of the monster race. In addition to Priest Ling Xian and the monster race lord, all the higher-ups of the monster race were gathered in this hall. Incredible! Lord Demon Lord actually came to see this kid personally. Gui Fengbua stared at the old man with his mouth agape, then at the 3 high priests behind him. He immediately regretted it. Now that the Ghost Shadow Clan had offended Ning Qi, no one knew what would happen to them in the future. Thinking of this, Gui Fengbua hated Sun Luo to the core. If it weren't for him, how could the Ghost Shadow Clan have offended Ning Qi? Grandpa Patriarch, you said that there are many of these stone crystal rats? Really? Priest Ling Xian quickly ran to the Demon Lord, grabbed his arm, and asked expectantly. The other 3 high priests immediately looked at Priest Ling Xian with benevolent eyes. Although they were all the 4 high priests and the higher-ups of the martial god palace, Priest Ling Xian was much younger than them. Of course it's true. When did Grandpa Patriarch lie to you? Later, I will order someone to call the Crystal Rat Clan's Patriarch over. When the time comes, we will give them some compensation and ask for all these stones. The Demon Lord smiled. Thank you, Grandpa Patriarch. Priest Ling Xian was overjoyed. The monster race really has star soul stones? I wonder if there are enough of them. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Saint, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you, Saint. The Demon Lord suddenly looked at Fire Qilin and bowed respectfully. When the other 3 high priests saw this, they hurriedly bowed as well. Priest Ling Xian saw this scene and followed suit. No need for formalities. Fire Qilin slowly stood up and said faintly. Gui Fengbua was dumbfounded. Although he had heard of the rumors, he never expected the Demon Lord to be so respectful towards Fire Qilin. This confirmed that Fire Qilin was a great figure that came from the Shunluo world. I wonder if the saint has any instructions for coming to the Shunluo secret domain? The Demon Lord smiled. I'm just casually strolling around. You don't have to care about me. Fire Qilin put on an act. In fact, she had never been to the Shunluo world, and was born in the immortal world. However, her inherited memories were related to the Shunluo world. It was impossible for her to be exposed in front of this group of people. Casually strolling around, the Demon Lord and the other 3 high priests had a slight change in expression as they exchanged glances. They were actually worried that Fire Qilin had other motives for coming down. If the higher-ups made a decision, the situation might be turned upside down. Then, when are you going back? The Demon Lord asked. Depends on the situation. Fire Qilin once again lay down beside Ning Qi's feet and closed her eyes, as if she wasn't going to speak anymore. Seeing this, the Demon Lord and the rest took a deep look at Ning Qi. Great Wilderness Monarch, I have long heard of your name. I have also heard of the Sacred Races Prodigy Tournament this time. The first place should have belonged to the human race. The Demon Lord smiled at Ning Qi. Clan leader, you are too polite. I was just lucky. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Lucky? Who would believe that? The 3 high priests thought to themselves. They had already confirmed that Ning Qi came from the Shunluo world with Fire Qilin. Otherwise, how could there be a Tao querying realm puppet? The Shunluo world is indeed extraordinary. Any immortal lord could turn the Sacred Races Prodigy Tournament into such a state. The dragon race couldn't even enter the top 4. I wonder what the relationship between the saint and him is. After chatting for a while, Ning Qi's relationship with the Demon Lord and the rest quickly warmed up. He even obtained the Demon Lord's promise to take care of the human race. Wang Chao and the rest were overjoyed. From today onwards, the human race could do whatever they wanted in the Shunluo secret domain. Report. The Crystal Rat Clan leader has arrived. A Valkyrie walked into the hall and bowed solemnly. Quick, quick, quick. Call him in. Priest Ling Xian immediately said. Don't be anxious. Do you think he will run away? The Golden Crow Goblin Lord grinned. Priest Ling Xian smiled embarrassedly. After a dozen breaths of time, the Valkyrie brought a shifty-eyed old man into the hall. When the old man saw everyone in the hall, his expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. He was extremely shocked. After all, it was rare to see the Patriarch and the 4 high priests gather together. Let me ask you, does your race have such a stone? The Golden Crow Demon Lord pointed at the Star Soul Stone in Priest Ling Xian's hand and smiled. Isn't this a radiant stone? Yes, we have a lot. The Crystal Rat Clan leader quickly said. A lot. Chapter 32-36. How about this, bring Priest Ling Xian and the Great Desolate King to your clan. Give them all the illuminating stones you have, and you will personally come to my place to get your Shunluo coins. The Golden Crow Demon Lord smiled at the Crystal Rat Patriarch. What? Thank you, old clan leader. A hint of surprise flashed across the Crystal Rat clan leader's eyes, and he hurriedly kowtowed to express his gratitude. The brilliant light stone wasn't worth much at all. It was just that its shiny, transparent, and pure appearance made the Crystal Rat clan, who liked this type of stone, subconsciously collect it. However, aside from the brilliant light stone, the Crystal Rat clan also had various other types of gemstones. Those gemstones could be used for refining tools or medicine. They all had different uses. If the Golden Crow Demon Lord asked him for those gems, the Crystal Rat Patriarch would definitely feel a heartache. But if it was just the radiant stones, so what? He could even exchange them for Shunluo coins. This was a pleasant surprise. Grandpa Chief, aren't you going? Priest Ling Xian said happily. I won't be going. Great Sage Tianyo might have already broken through the Lock Palace's gate and seen the Immortal Palace. Those 2 old fellows are going to discuss it with me. The Golden Crow Monstrous Lord laughed. Wang Chao and the rest were shocked. Even the Golden Raven Demonic Lord thought that the Celestial Bull Great Sage might have broken through. his chances of breaking through to the Tao-querying realm were very high. If that was the case, the human race would be the first to bear the brunt of his revenge. I don't know if Brother Ning still has a trump card. Wang Chao subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi, then looked at the fire Qilin beside Ning Qi. His heart calmed down a bit. Lord Priest, Great Wilderness King, our clan's village is right ahead. It's an honor for the Crystal Rat clan to have both of you here today. The leader of the Crystal Rat tribe smiled as he led the way. His cultivation was only at the early stage Tao-querying realm. Facing Priest Ling Xian, who was at the late stage Tao-querying realm, he was naturally very respectful. As for Ning Qi, he was the Great Wilderness King who had led the human race to 4th place in the Sacred Race's Heaven's chosen battle. He also had sages following him, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. He completely treated Ning Qi as a late-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator. The demon race is so huge. Jiang Buxu couldn't help sighing. Although it was said to be a village, it was actually a mountain range that stretched on endlessly. The buildings on the mountain were glistening under the light, as though they were made of some kind of gemstone. From the Martial God Palace to the Crystal Rat Clan, they had taken 7 transportation formations. If they walked on foot, it would have taken them at least a month or 2. Furthermore, they also discovered that the Demon Clan's Holy Land could only be accessed through the teleportation array, even for the Demon Clan's cultivators. It was impossible to walk out of the Demon Race's sacred land on foot. Huh? Aren't those all brilliant stones? Priest Ling Xian suddenly noticed that the nearest building seemed to be made of light stones, transparent and pure. We found that the radiant stones were quite hard, so we occasionally used them to build some common items, even small houses. The Crystal Rat Patriarch said with a smile. Patriarch. When they approached the Crystal Rat village, many Crystal Rat clan cultivators came out to welcome them. Among the Demon Clan, the Crystal Rat Clan was considered very weak. They only had one clan leader, who was at the early stage Tao-querying realm. There were also very few ancient transformation and Emperor realm cultivators. They were probably weaker than the Saint Virtue dynasty of the past. This is Priest Ling Xian, and this is the Great Wilderness Queen of the human race. You have never seen them before. Hurry up and greet them. The Crystal Rat Patriarch's beard curled up, and he revealed a dignified expression. When facing his own clan, he still had to maintain some of the dignity of a patriarch. Priest Ling Xian? One of the 4 great priests? So beautiful. I heard that the Great Wilderness Queen of the human race has a sage following her. That should be her, right? The Crystal Rat Clan cultivators first looked at Priest Ling Xian, then at Ning Qi, and finally at the Fire Qilin. We pay our respects to Priest Ling Xian, Great Wilderness Queen and Sage. They bowed in unison. Don't stand on ceremony. We are here for these stones. Take out all you have. Priest Ling Xian smiled and waved his hand, then took out a Star Soul stone. When the Crystal Rat Clan cultivators saw this, they immediately revealed awkward expressions. No matter how high the other party's status was, wouldn't it be too hurtful to ask them to take out these shiny things? Lord Priest, an ancient transformation realm Crystal Rat smiled and glanced at the Crystal Rat Patriarch, as if he wanted him to plead for leniency. What are you guys waiting for? Hand over all these useless brilliant stones, then I can go to the old Patriarch to get Shenluo coins. At that time, I will distribute them to you. This is a chance to get rich. I don't need to teach you how to do it, right? The Crystal Rat Patriarch scolded. Brilliant stones for Shenluo coins? The Crystal Rat Clan cultivators were stunned, then they screamed in ecstasy, turned around and ran. Crystal Rat Patriarch, if they are unwilling, they don't have to run. I won't eat them. Priest Ling Xian was dumbfounded. Lord Priest, you misunderstood. They are not running, they are going to inform their clansmen. The Crystal Rat Patriarch hurriedly said. Crystal Rat Patriarch, how many nobles are there? Ningqi suddenly asked. Not many, but among the demon race they are ranked first. There are more than 2 billion. When the Crystal Rat Patriarch heard this, he suddenly touched his mustache and smiled proudly. This was the strength of the Crystal Rat clan. Although there were not many top cultivators in their clan, most of the demon race's constructions needed the Crystal Rat clan. The Crystal Rat clan would appear in the various demon villages. Some specialized in doing business, and some specialized in working to earn cultivation resources. Even in the outside world, there were many traces of the Crystal Rat clan. Looks like most of the Star Soul Stones in the Shenluo Mystic Realm have fallen into their hands. I might be able to get a lot of Star Soul Stones this time. I wonder if it will be enough to condense 100? Ningqi laughed in his heart. A bench and a table. Ningqi sat on the bench, while Priest Ling Xian stood at the side and registered the Crystal Rat clan members who came to hand over Star Soul Stones. Shu Yi hands over 20 brilliant stones. Shu Kunlun hands over 50 brilliant stones. Shu Dongshu hands over 70 brilliant stones. Priest Ling Xian reported while registering. There was already a very long line in front of the table, like a long dragon. Countless Crystal Rat race cultivators who received the news brought their brilliant light stones to hand over. These stones originally couldn't be sold for a high price, and no one wanted to buy them. Now that they suddenly learned that they could be exchanged for Shenluo coins, every Crystal Rat race member was afraid that they would be too slow and let the fat great desolate king. Chapter 32-37. 100 Star Soul Stones in less than 10 minutes. This Crystal Rat clan is really obsessed with shiny things. I'm afraid that all the Star Soul Stones accumulated in the divine Luo Mystic Realm over the countless years are with them, right? Ningqi sighed in his heart. As the number of Crystal Rat tribe cultivators increased, he had to get people to bring more tables and chairs over, and get Wang Chao and the rest to help collect them. Great Wilderness King, how many Dao querying puppets can you refine with so many illuminating stones? Priest Ling Xian asked impatiently. Lord Priest, there's no hurry. These illuminating stones are just for warming up. To refine a Dao querying puppet, you need at least 1,000 illuminating stones. Ningqi smiled. 1,000 illuminating stones? That's not too much. Priest Ling Xian nodded in his heart. At this rate, it would not be a problem to collect tens of thousands of illuminating stones in a day. 1,000 illuminating stones was too little. The Crystal Rat tribe's ears perked up, and he eavesdropped on Ningqi and Priest Ling Xian's conversation. He was surprised. These useless illuminating stones could be used to refine puppets? No wonder the old tribe leader spoke. It seems like our Crystal Rat tribe has made a great contribution. Priest Ling Xian will take care of us in the future. The Crystal Rat tribe's leader smiled and stroked his beard. Just as Ningqi was collecting the illuminating stones, 3 figures reappeared in the sacred clan's hunting ground. One of them was the Golden Crow Demon Lord. Of the other 2 figures, one looked rather young, but his eyes showed signs of age. He had a pair of dragon horns on his head. This was the dragon tribe leader, the North Een Dragon Lord. The other was well-built, with a tightly shut eye between his brows. He was the Three-Eyed tribe's current great completion Dao querying realm, the Three-Eyed God. North Een Dragon Lord, Three-Eyed God, you are on good terms with the Sky Bull tribe. Didn't you hear that the kid has broken through the palace gates and entered the Immortal Palace? The Golden Crow Demon Lord smiled faintly. This news has not been confirmed. Why is the Golden Crow Demon Lord so sure? The North Een Dragon Lord smiled. I've already heard from the Full Moon Pillar God that Long Haita's expression this time is different from before. That's a hidden confidence that can't be faked. After that kid Heavenly Beetle returned from the Eternal Dead Sea, he went into seclusion. He said that he wanted to break through to the great completion of the Dao querying realm. He probably succeeded. The human race's great wilderness king entered the heavenly bull tribe's territory and killed many early and middle stage Tao querying cultivators. Given that kid's temper, even if he had not broken through, he would break out of seclusion to take revenge. The three-eyed god said faintly. There is only one reason why he still hasn't broken through. The Golden Crow Demon Lord answered, because he broke through. The Dragon Lord of the North nodded slowly. He's afraid that we'll suppress him. That's why he doesn't dare to show himself after his breakthrough. Is he planning to use this time to consolidate his cultivation? With an 1,000 querying with Wilderness King. Rat Clan. This time, the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull Clan were all killed by the Great Desolate King. The enmity between the two can no longer be resolved. Let's wait for a while and see if he will personally deal with the Great Desolate King. The North-Ean Dragon Lord suddenly laughed. Won't we know how strong the Sky Bull is then? The Golden Crow Demon Lord looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. North-Ean Dragon Lord, are you trying to make life difficult for the human because he defeated your dragon race? When the Sky Bull attacks, the human race will be destroyed in an instant. We won't make it in time. I think we should go to the Sky Bull tribe ourselves. Let's go. Not good. The three-eyed god shook his head slowly. We are already on the verge of ascension. If we are injured, we will not be able to withstand the terrifying pressure of ascension. If the Sky Bull has already seen the Immortal Palace, let's let nature take its course. Let the Sky Bull tribe rise. The North-Ean Dragon Lord looked mildly at the three-eyed god. If that happens, the structure of the divine Luo mystic realm will be destroyed. There will be unrest. Then you can go to the Sky Bull tribe with the Golden Crow Demon Lord. If the two of you work together, you will probably be able to suppress him, but you will definitely be injured. The three-eyed god smiled. Everyone fell silent. The North-Ean Dragon Lord said mildly, then the dragon race will not participate in this matter. He paused, then looked at the Golden Crow Demon Lord. I heard that the Great Wilderness King is in your demon race? He took the proud Wind Dragon King's connate numinous treasure. Let him return it to the dragon race himself. Otherwise, the dragon race will work together with the Sky Bull tribe to suppress him. With that, the North-Ean Dragon Lord did not wait for the Golden Crow Demon Lord to speak. With a flash, he disappeared on the spot. The three-eyed god laughed. The North-Ean Dragon Lord will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If you think highly of the Great Wilderness King, you should persuade him to return the connate numinous treasure. With that, the three-eyed god left the sacred hunting ground as well. Only the Golden Crow Demon Lord was left standing on the spot, deep in thought. 30,000 cubes. In a dozen or so days, Ning Chi's spatial bag had an additional 30,000 cubes of Star Soul stones. It was enough to refine 300 Star Soul essences. The Dubhi God Armament Dragon and the mighty Miracle Divine General could use them to break through to the late stage of the Tao querying realm. With that, Ning Chi could exchange for an Immortal Palace elixir with peace of mind and send the Fire Qilin into secluded cultivation. It was broken. Another dozen or so days passed. The Crystal Rat race's Star Soul stones decreased. Some only had a few, and they couldn't even collect 1 cube after half a day. Seeing this, Ning Chi asked Wang Chao and the rest to stay here while he headed to the top-grade cultivation training ground. He was prepared to refine all the Star Soul stones into Star Soul essences. Great Wilderness King, we have an agreement. 1 mid-stage Tao querying realm puppet and 10 early-stage Tao querying realm puppets. When Priestess Ling Xian sent Ning Chi into the stone chamber, she did not forget to remind him. If there are no accidents, there should be no problem. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. A hint of doubt flashed in the Golden Crow Zhiga's eyes. 1,000 Star Soul stones to refine an early-stage Tao querying realm puppet? She took a look at Priestess Ling Xian's expectant expression and swallowed her words. No matter what, she could use these originally useless stones to exchange for a mid-stage Dao Querying Realm puppet and 10 early-stage Dao Querying Realm puppet. The demons had already profited. As for the crystal rats, the demons only needed to give them 2 Shenluo stone mines at the top-grade cultivation training ground. System, calculate how many merit points it will cost to refine all the Star Soul stones into Star Soul essences. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The host's Star Soul stones can refine a total of 330 Star Soul essences. It will cost 165 million merit points, the system said. And refine them. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Chapter 32-38. System, exchange 4 Immortal Palace elixirs. Ning Qi entered the 5 Billion Club and quickly found the location of the Immortal Palace elixirs. There was no other use for the merit point. 2 billion was enough. Besides, he needed to buy the spiritual materials to refine the puppet. He needed the merit points to drop below 5 billion for the merit tower to return to normal. After a few breaths, Ning Qi's merit points were deducted from 22 billion. There were 4 Immortal Palace elixirs in his spatial bag. He left the merit tower and entered again. After buying a large batch of spiritual materials, Ning Qi's attention returned to his physical body. At the same time, the system had finished condensing the Star Soul essence. A total of 330 Star Soul essences were quietly lying in his spatial bag. Oh, Ning Qi pondered for a moment. He suddenly felt that he was a rich man now. These 330 Star Soul essence could be used to refine 330 early-stage Dao-seeking realm puppet. With such strength, he could easily sweep through the immortal world. However, he did not intend to do so. With a thought, the Dubhe God Armament Dragon and Mighty Miracle General appeared. The 2 mid-stage Dao-seeking realm puppets had just appeared. Their gazes collided like lightning. Then, they looked at Ning Qi. You guys are in for a treat today. There are 200 astral soul essences, each of you will get 100. Ning Qi smiled at them. With a wave of his hand, 100 Star Soul essence flew in front of them. The Dubhe God Armament Dragon's eyes flashed with surprise. It swallowed the 100 Star Soul essence in one gulp, as though it was afraid that Ning Qi would go back on his word. Mighty Miracle General was calmer. He knelt down and kowtowed to Ning Qi to thank him. Then, he grabbed the Star Soul essence and threw it into his mouth. Very soon, the Dubhe God Armament Dragon and Mighty Miracle General were wrapped in a faint white light like a cocoon. When you break out of the cocoon, I hope you can advance to the late-stage Dao-seeking realm. Otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Then, he took out the Laojun pill furnace. The fire Qilin leaped out. Ning Qi smiled at it. His gaze landed on the Laojun pill furnace. Within the furnace, which was filled with scorching flames, a figure was sitting cross-legged. It was Wang Shui's soul. The ferocious look on her face had faded. She was becoming more and more like Wang Shui. Shui-er's condition seems to be improving? Ning Qi was surprised. When the fire Qilin heard this, it shook its head and said softly, "Her current condition isn't improving. Instead, it's worsening. Even though I'm suppressing her, the remaining consciousness in her soul is becoming fewer and fewer. After a period of time, that consciousness will completely disappear. It's best if you can reach the Divine Net Realm within 3 years. Lower Realm, find the purifying spirit flower, or there's nothing we can do. 30 years. Ning Qi's expression changed. 30 years was too short. Right now, he couldn't even return to the immortal world, much less head to the Divine Luo Mystic Realm from the Divine Luo Mystic Realm. He could only ascend to the Divine Luo Realm. He was still worlds apart from the perfected Dao-seeking realm. It's too short. Is there any way to delay the worsening of the situation? Ning Qi stared at the fire Qilin. If I can break through to the great perfection realm of the Tao querying realm, I might be able to borrow the power of the immortal palace to extend my time. The fire Qilin pondered for a moment and said, "How long can it be extended?" Ning Qi's eyes lit up. 10 times. The fire Qilin said uncertainly. Enough. Ning Qi nodded. In 300 years, he should be able to find a way to head to the divine Luo realm. At the thought of this, he took out an immortal palace elixir and handed it to the fire Qilin. This is the immortal palace elixir. You are the spirit of the mystic realm and can easily advance to the great perfection realm of the Tao querying realm. It's enough for a breakthrough. The fire Qilin looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Even in the divine Luo realm, the immortal palace elixir is one of the most important resources for every sect. Where did you get it from? I have my own methods. Ning Qi smiled. The fire Qilin's gaze landed on the silver dragon tattoo, and he nodded thoughtfully. He then swallowed the immortal palace elixir and flew into the old Supreme Lord elixir furnace. Give me 10 years. The fire Qilin's voice floated out from the furnace. 10 years, huh? Ning Qi nodded slightly. This was out of his expectations. Ning Qi remembered asking the fire Qilin how many years would it take for her to reach the great perfection realm of the Tao querying realm if she consumed the immortal palace elixir. At that time, her reply was much longer than 10 years. I still have 130 star soul essences. Priest Ling Xian will need to spend 21. Ning Qi calculated. If that was the case, he would only be left with 109 star soul essences. He just needed one more to raise a ink guard or blood thorn to the late-stage Tao querying realm. I might as well give her the ready-made ones. Ning Qi's heart stirred slightly. An emperor-level puppet would take him 30 years to refine. Although the flow of time in the top-notch cultivation training ground was different from the outside world, Wang Shui didn't have much time left. Ning Qi didn't want to waste too much time on this. There were a total of 9 ink guards and 20 blood thorns. After taking out 11, Ning Qi still had 9 ink guards and 9 blood thorns. 1 ink guard could even be raised to the late-stage Tao querying realm. This number was sufficient. This way, Ning Qi could have 10 more star soul essences in reserve. At the thought of this, Ning Qi summoned a ink guard and a blood thorn respectively. The former gave 100 star soul essences, while the latter gave 10 star soul essences. Several years later, the white light on the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and the mighty Miracle Divine General gradually dissipated, revealing their bodies. Ning Qi discovered that the flesh on their bodies was much more than before. Previously, their flesh and machinery took up half of their bodies, but now their flesh had taken up 70% of their bodies. In addition, the cannons on the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's body had also become darker and shinier. Their diameters had also doubled. Divine General Mighty Miracle's flesh and blood were covered with a layer of silver armor. The huge hammer in his hand had also changed in size, becoming twice as large as before. However, Mighty Miracle Jiang's body had shrunk by 1/5. 2 auras that far surpassed the middle stage Tao querying realm rose from the Dubhe God Armament Dragon and the Mighty Miracle General. They bowed to Ning Qi and said, "Thank you, Master. You guys have already broken through to the late Tao querying realm?" Ning Qi laughed. "Fortunately, I didn't fail you." The two nodded in unison. "Very good." Chapter 32-39. While waiting for the fire Qilin to break through, Ning Qi took out the meteor pendant and examined it. Not being able to leave the god Luo mystic realm was definitely related to the meteor pendant. Could it be that I don't have enough energy? Ning Qi rubbed his chin, and a look of contemplation flashed in his eyes. The power contained in the meteor pendant was something that Ning Qi had never seen before. Even when he channeled the power of the Great Path and the celestial qi in his body into it, he could not stop the power in the meteor pendant. System, what the hell is this pendant in my hand? Do you have any information? Ningqi asked. Unknown object, unable to detect. The system notification sounded. Even the system couldn't detect it? Ningqi looked at the meteor pendant with a headache. After pondering for a few years, Ningqi sighed and kept the meteor pendant. After leaving the demon's sacred land, he had to go to the lake again to see if the passageway could be opened again after so many years. Puff puff. One day, a strange sound came from the Laojun elixir furnace. The flames inside seemed to have soared, and even the lid of the elixir furnace couldn't suppress it and kept jumping. Is it going to break through? Ningqi's eyes lit up. After a few more days, the Grand Supreme Lord Pill furnace gradually quietened down, and the red light that was constantly overflowing gradually disappeared. The next moment, the fire Qilin suddenly flew out, and its body seemed to have doubled in size. Originally, she was almost the same height as Ningqi, but now it was different. Now, the fire Qilin was at least 5 feet tall. Its body size was several times bigger. Before Ningqi could speak, there was a burst of celestial music. A vague red palace appeared behind the fire Qilin. This palace was very majestic and was burning with flames as though it was made of flames. Ningqi suddenly felt a very terrifying pressure. In the face of this pressure, he seemed to have lost the ability to attack. Immortal Palace? The pressure of a perfected Tao-seeking realm is so much stronger than a late-stage Tao-seeking realm. No wonder this is a huge bottleneck. Ningqi's eyes flashed with shock. A middle-stage Tao-seeking realm could rely on numbers to kill a late-stage Tao-seeking realm. But from the looks of it, no matter how many late-stage Tao-seeking realm there were, they wouldn't be a match for a perfected Tao-seeking realm. This was because there was a gap between the two that couldn't be made up with numbers. The power of the Immortal Palace. This was the true terror of the perfected Tao querying realm. I've already broken through. With my current strength, I can protect her from losing her mind for at least 500 years. The Immortal Palace behind him suddenly disappeared, and the fire Qilin landed in front of Ningqi. 500 years was 200 years more than her previous estimate of 300 years. Hearing this, Ningqi suddenly felt relieved. He asked curiously, "What's the difference between the Immortal Palace's power and yours? When you first enter the Tao querying realm, you will condense a primordial spirit. This primordial spirit will reside in your physical body and sea of consciousness. Both your magical arts and your physical body will become extremely strong. Second step cultivators can't compare at all. However, once you break the door of the locked palace and see the Immortal Palace, the primordial spirit will reside in the Immortal Palace. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the primordial spirit will not die." The fire Qilin explained, "Only those with the power of the Immortal Palace have the slightest chance of breaking the Immortal Palace. But this is a very difficult thing. After seeing the existence of the Immortal Palace, there are basically not many casualties in the battle. Even if one's strength is overwhelming, wanting to break the other's Immortal Palace is not too easy. Only a fourth-step existence can easily destroy it." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Apart from that, the Immortal Palace will have an endless stream of power flowing into the body. Not only will it greatly increase the strength of the body, but it will also nourish the primordial spirit residing in the Immortal Palace. The power of the Immortal Palace is stronger than the power of immortal Qi, the power of the Great Tao, the power of the primordial spirit, and all other kinds of power." On the previous level, the divine Luo world had divided power into 9 levels, and the power of the Celestial Palace was ranked 4th. Some alien races are unable to condense immortal palaces, but they have other powers of the same level, and there are only a dozen of these powers. 4th? Ningqi's eyes flickered slightly. In that case, the celestial Qi that he possessed belonged to the 1st rank, and the power of the Great Tao belonged to the 2nd rank? As for the power of his primordial spirit, Ning Qi had yet to break through to the Tao querying realm, and had yet to condense his primordial spirit. He had none. If the gates to the purgatory suppression realm can be opened, even if I haven't reached the great completion of the Tao querying realm, I should be able to obtain the power of the immortal palace. Then my strength will definitely be greatly boosted. But I don't have a primordial spirit. I wonder if my spirit can reside in the immortal palace? If he could also fight against a Tao querying cultivator. It's the same for perfected cultivators. As long as their immortal palaces are not destroyed, their souls are immortal. Ning Qi thought to himself. Thinking about this, Ning Qi was looking forward to the moment the gates to the purgatory suppression realm opened. Priestess, Great Wilderness King will need a long time to refine those Tao querying puppets. You don't have to wait here. Why don't we return to the martial god hall first? Golden Wu Zhiga advised. Priestess Ling Xian waved her hand and chuckled. No, I need to see those puppets first before I can be at ease. Golden Wu Zhiga sighed in his heart. Priestess Ling Xian was a good person, but her personality was like a child, and she was difficult to serve. Do I really have to wait here for hundreds of years? Golden Wu Zhiga was speechless as he looked at the surrounding environment. The spiritual energy in the Crystal Rat Tribe's village was more than 100 times worse than that of the Martial God Hall. Even if he planned to cultivate here for hundreds of years, it would only be equivalent to a few years in the Martial God Hall. Thinking about this, Golden Wu Zhiga looked at the stone room that Ning Qi was in seclusion in. Suddenly, the door to the stone room opened slowly, and a figure walked out. Wang Chao and the rest were not far away, and when they saw this scene, they walked over quickly. Great Wilderness King, the puppets have been refined? Priestess Ling Xian hurried forward and looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, 1 intermediate stage Tao querying and 10 beginner stage Tao querying blood thorns appeared. This will be your master in the future. Ning Qi smiled. Yes. The 11 blood thorns nodded in unison and walked behind Priestess Ling Xian slowly. There was a strange look in their eyes, but they concealed it well. Besides Ning Qi, no one else noticed it. This was because these puppets had recognized Ning Qi as their only master since they were born. Now that Ning Qi had given them to Priestess Ling Xian, if Ning Qi asked them again, they would still be loyal to Ning Qi. Ah, they are really intermediate stage Tao querying cultivators. Priestess Ling Xian looked at these blood thorns excitedly. Chapter 3240. Don't worry, I will treat them well. Priestess Ling Xian nodded. She knew that these puppets had their own intelligence and could not be treated as ordinary magic treasures. If that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. It's about time to go back. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Ah, why don't you stay a little longer? Priestess Ling Xian quickly urged him to stay. She still had many questions about the puppets to ask Ning Qi. The Longhorn Bull race is in trouble. If we don't hurry back to the human race, they might do something desperate. Ning Qi smiled. Priestess Ling Xian nodded and offered to send Ning Qi and the rest to the teleportation array. Ning Qi naturally agreed. When they were about to reach the teleportation array, the Xian Turtle Race's priestess arrived. Great Wilderness King, please wait. Priest Ironback, what can I do for you? Ning Qi's eyes flickered and he cupped his hands. Priest Ironback nodded to Ning Qi with a smile and said in a low voice, Demon Lord asked me to tell Great Wilderness King that the Dragon Lord of Bane has ordered Great Wilderness King to send the primordial spiritual treasure back to the Dragon Tribe. Otherwise, the Dragon Tribe will join forces with the Heavenly Bull Tribe, join forces with the Longhorn Bull race? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with coldness. He smiled. Thank you for the message, Priest Ironback. I know what to do. You're welcome. Priest Ironback smiled and waved. Since I'm here, I'll send the Great Wilderness King off. Wang Chao and the rest felt proud. Not only did the human race clinch fourth place in the Sacred Race Heaven's Pride battle, they were also sent off by 2 priestesses. If this news were to spread, who would dare to look down on the human race? Several hours later, Ning Qi and the rest returned to the outside world through the teleportation array. After Priestess Ling Xian and the others left, Ning Qi took the Star Soul Stones that Wang Chao and the rest had collected. There were about 100 cubes of Star Soul Essence, which was equivalent to 2 Star Soul Essences. Thinking of returning to the human race, Jiang Buxu and the rest were extremely excited. Along the way, the other foreign races didn't bother Ning Qi's immortal boat. Even if some of the outsiders didn't understand what was going on and wanted to stop them, they would be stopped by the others, who would explain the situation to them. Then, expressions of lingering fear would appear on the faces of the outsiders. Great Wilderness King, late stage Tao Querying Realm, 4th in the Sacred Race Genius Tournament. All these achievements were enough to prove that the human race was no longer a small race that anyone could bully. I never thought that we would be able to witness the rise of the Witness Clan. It's all thanks to the Great Wilderness King. He's probably the savior sent by the heavens to the human race. Shu, lower your voices. My master had once privately guessed the origins of the great desolate king. He might have descended from the divine Luo world. Really? Like I said, only the divine Luo realm has a genius like the great wilderness monarch. Along the way, when the outsiders encounter us, they have to take a detour. Back then, even if it was an early-stage Tao querying cultivator like my master leading the way, they would still be exploited by some of the outsiders. Jiang Buxu sighed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, light suddenly flickered a few times behind him. In the next second, over 10 immortal boats suddenly appeared and surrounded the immortal boat that everyone was on. These immortal boats all had a huge dragon head carved on the front. You guys ran really fast. I almost couldn't catch up. A young man in a black robe leaned out from one of the ferry boats and looked coldly at Jiang Buxu and the rest. Then, he swept his gaze across and snorted. Get the Great Wilderness King to come out and listen to my orders. Isn't this the Dragon Cloud Tower? The guy who was in charge of guarding the gate of the dragon race's sacred ground and asked for bribes from us. A strange look flashed in everyone's eyes. In that case, all the cultivators on these immortal boats were Dragon Clan cultivators? Soon, Ning Qi and Wang Chao appeared on the deck and looked at the Dragon Cloud Tower. When Dragon Cloud Tower saw Ning Qi, fear flashed in his eyes. However, as a Tao querying cultivator of the dragon race, there was no need for him to be afraid of a human like Ning Qi. Even if Ning Qi had the battle strength of a late-stage Tao querying cultivator, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, the dragon race was one of the 3 sacred races and had the strongest foundation. Who in the Shunluo mystic realm would dare to offend them? Great Wilderness King, I'm here on the orders of the Dragon Lord of Bane to demand the Eastern Emperor Bell. Please hand it over to me so that I can report back. Dragon Cloud Tower said plainly. What kind of joke is this? That connate spiritual treasure is our spoils of war. How dare the dragon race demand it? Isn't this breaking the rules? When Jiang Buxu and the other elites heard this, anger flashed across their faces. The Eastern Emperor Bell is mine. Why should I hand it over to you? Ning Qi smiled. Reason? Dragon Cloud Tower frowned. The dragon race is the reason of the Shunluo mystic realm. If you want to reason, you can come to my race's sacred ground and talk to the Dragon Lord of Bane. If you're willing, I can lead the way for you. That means I'm being unreasonable? The Dragon Lord of Bane only sent you, an early-stage Tao querying cultivator, and you want to take back a connate spiritual treasure like the Eastern Emperor Bell? You're underestimating me. Ning Qi smiled. Don't tell me you dare to attack me? A hint of mockery flashed across Dragon Cloud Tower's eyes. I'll tell you the truth. The great sage of the Sky Bull race, has probably already advanced to the perfected Tao querying realm. You have a death feud with the Sky Bull race. Only the 3 sacred tribes can save the human race. If you become enemies with the dragon race, the human race will be destroyed. SSS, Jiang Buxu and the rest gasped. Long Haitu's words before his death were true? The great sage of the Sky Bull race had really broken through to the perfected Tao querying realm? Wang Chao's expression was uncertain. If that was the case, Dragon Cloud Tower's words were probably true. The only ones who could protect the human race from being destroyed by the great sage of the Sky Bull race were the 3 sacred tribes. If they became enemies with the dragon race, the 3-eyed race would probably not help either. Then, only the demon race was left. If only the Golden Raven Demon Lord is here, I'm afraid he won't be able to stop an existence of the same cultivation level. Thinking of this, Wang Chao looked at Ning Qi and sent a voice transmission. Brother Ning, please reconsider. Brother Wang, don't worry. If the great sage of the Sky Bull race really dares to come, I'll make sure he won't be able to return. Ning Qi smiled and sent a voice transmission. Wang Chao was slightly stunned. A hint of shock flashed across his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Did Ning Qi have a way to deal with a perfected Tao querying realm cultivator? What's your decision? Dragon Cloud Tower smiled. A few figures appeared on the other ferry boat. Like Dragon Cloud Tower, they were all early-stage Tao querying realm dragons. There were 30 to 40 of them in total. They looked at Ning Qi with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Chapter 32-41. The moment the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon appeared, its terrifying aura swept out in all directions, enveloping Long Yunlu and the others. Is it that Tao querying intermediate stage puppet? He dares to attack us? Is he crazy? The dragons asked. They had thought that this mission would be simple, just to accompany Long Yunlu. They did not expect the great wilderness queen of the human race to summon that puppet. Great wilderness queen, what do you mean? Long Yunlu's pupils shrank. The dragon race's pupils were similar to those of snakes. Now they shrunk several times like 2 vertical needles in his eyes. Since the dragon race is unreasonable, and even used the Sky Bull tribe to threaten me, what do you think I mean? I'm sending you on your way, of course. Ning Qi smiled. The cannons on the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's body were condensing power, glowing with a faint golden light. As soon as Ning Qi finished speaking, a golden pillar of light shot out from the tens of thousands of cannons on the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's body. Long Yunlu and the other dragons didn't even have the time to react before they were directly shot into ashes. There was nothing left on the ferry boat they were standing on. It was as if Long Yunlu and the others had never appeared. 8 billion merit points. After Ning Qi exchanged for an immortal palace elixir, he was only left with 17 billion merit points. This round of harvesting had raised his merit points to 25 billion, equivalent to 5 immortal palace elixirs. Seeing this, Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses felt their hearts skip a beat. They subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi had killed so many dragons at once. Didn't that mean that the humans and the dragon race had become sworn enemies? With the dragon race's status, it would not be long before they sent people to take revenge on the human race. Brother Ning, are you really confident in fighting the Dragon Lord of North Een and the Sky Bull Sage? Wang Chao smiled bitterly. Of course. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He looked in the direction of the dragon race. The merit points would probably be provided by the dragon race. Let's go. We have to return to the human race before the Sky Bull Sage makes a move. Also, Ning Qi looked at the dumbfounded Guifengbo. Inform your people in the Saint Virtue dynasty. Tell them that you have my head. Tell Sun Luo to come and collect it. Ah yes. I will inform them on the horse. Gui Fengshui hurriedly nodded after coming to his senses. He was terrified. This was a madman. They even dared to slaughter the dragon clan? The Ghost Shadow clan couldn't provoke such a lunatic. The sacred land of the Dragon clan. There was a place called the Life Tablet Hall, where the life tablets of all the Emperor Realm geniuses, ancient transformation realm, and Tao-seeking realm cultivators of the dragon race were kept. The Life Plate Hall was 300 meters long and 300 meters wide, and there were tens of thousands of life plates. After Long Baichuan sent out Long Yunlu and the others, he was a bit worried, so he personally came to the Life Plate Hall and chatted with the elders. Suddenly, 40 life tokens shattered at the spot where the early-stage Tao-querying realm dragons were stored. The crisp sound made Long Baichuan and the other mid-stage Tao-querying realm dragon elder turn their heads abruptly. Their faces were filled with shock. What's going on? Elder Baichuan, one of these shattered life tokens belongs to your son? The dragon elder stared blankly at the shattered life token, then immediately looked at Long Baichuan suspiciously. Long Baichuan had suddenly come to chat with him, and Long Yunlo's life token had coincidentally shattered. This was definitely not a simple coincidence. Long Baichuan's lips trembled and his face turned pale. Naturally, Long Yunlu wasn't acting on the orders of the Dragon Lord of the North to intercept Ningqi. Instead, he was acting on Long Baichuan's orders. Long Baichuan had received a hint from the Proud Wind Dragon King to do this. He was merely borrowing the name of the Dragon Lord of the North. If he could retrieve the primordial spirit treasure, everything would be fine. If not, the Dragon Lord of the North wouldn't know about this. But now, Long Yunlu and the others' life tokens had shattered? This way, this matter could not be concealed no matter what. If the Dragon Lord of the North found out that he had acted on his own and caused the death of 40 early-stage Tao-querying realm dragons, the punishment would probably be extremely severe. As for the Proud Wind Dragon King, he wouldn't even step forward to take responsibility for him. This matter is of great importance. I must inform the Dragon Lord immediately. For so many years, the dragon race has only suffered from old age, sickness, and death. There has never been a Tao-querying realm dragon being killed in one go. Elder Baichuan, what exactly happened? I hope you can tell us the truth. The dragon elder guarding the Life Tablet Hall said solemnly. Long Baichuan seemed to have aged a few years. He waved his hand. I will go with you to see the Dragon Lord of the North. No matter what it is, I will take responsibility. In less than a few breaths, before the two of them could move, a dozen figures appeared in the Life Tablet Hall. Besides the Dragon Lord of the North, there was also the Proud Wind Dragon King, the other 4 Dragon Kings, and several mid-stage Tao-querying realm dragons who held important positions in the dragon race. Those mid-stage Tao-querying realm dragons looked at Long Baichuan with a hint of schadenfreude. How could Long Baichuan's little trick be hidden from others? Greetings, Dragon Lord of the North. Long Baichuan and the Life Tablet Hall elder hurriedly bowed. The Dragon Lord of the North didn't utter a single word. He took a few steps forward and swept his gaze across the shattered life tablets on the ground. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly solemn. Finally, the Dragon Lord of the North opened his mouth and said, "A dragon has a reverse scale that cannot be touched. Send a message to the heavens, and the dragon race army will soon invade the human race to avenge the lives of these 40-odd dragons." Yes. Everyone hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. Long Baichuan was slightly delighted. It seemed like the Dragon Lord of the North did not intend to punish him. As for you, you shall be the vanguard this time to atone for your crimes. The Dragon Lord of the North glanced at Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan was startled and hurriedly nodded. Rest assured, Dragon Lord. I will definitely not disappoint you. The 3 sacred clans had specialized means of communication. When Ningqi and the others were about to return to the Saint Virtue dynasty, the news of the dragon race had already spread throughout the god Luo mystic realm. Saint Virtue dynasty. In the imperial court, Saint Virtue was originally chatting with more than 10 foreign race Dao querying realm experts who had received invitations. They were discussing the process of welcoming Ningqi. The other officials stood at the side with smiles on their faces, feeling extremely proud of themselves. Suddenly, a voice rang out in midair. The entire Saint Virtue dynasty, and even the human race, could hear this voice. Dragons have reverse scales that must not be touched. Those who touch them will die. Everyone's expression changed. After they finished listening, a foreign race expert asked in shock, "This is the decree from the dragon race. This voice belongs to the leader of the dragon race, the Dragon Lord of the North. Brother Shringda, why would your race's great wilderness king offend the dragon race to the point that they actually sent out a decree to attack your human race? Oh, I suddenly remembered that I have some trivial matters to attend to in the race. I will not be able to participate in this welcoming ceremony. Brother Shringda, farewell." Chapter 3242. That voice just now? In the Sunluo sacred ground, Qing Bujin's expression was extremely solemn. At the same time, Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan also broke out of their seclusion because of this voice, their expressions uncertain. In a very short period of time, the masters of the major forces received countless messages, all of which were from the human clan in their territories. All kinds of disturbances. The Dragon Clan had only sent out a single message, but it had already caused a huge commotion in the human clan. Countless cultivators had gone to various places to suppress the situation. I knew that the great desolate king is not a pushover. Lin Longhu cursed with a flushed face. He had already received the news that Lin Yuqing had been killed by Ningqi. He hated Ningqi to the extreme. Now, the dragon race had sent a message saying that Ningqi had killed more than 40 early-stage Dao querying realm experts of the dragon race. He had touched the dragon race's reverse scale, causing the dragon race to send an army to the border within a few days. This caused Lin Longhu's anger to explode in an instant. Surrender to the Dragon Clan? Beg the Dragon Clan for mercy? Fight to the death? Or sacrifice the Saint Germain dynasty? In a short period of time, the higher-ups of the major forces held no less than 100 meetings in succession. All of them were discussing various countermeasures against the dragon tribe's actions. This was clearly the greatest crisis that the human race had faced in recent years. The consequences of offending the 3 Saint clans was something that everyone could imagine even with their buttocks. Saint Germain dynasty. Brother Shringda, back then, your human race and my race had similar statuses. Neither of us entered the 100 races ranking. Now, because of the great desolate king, your human race has soared to the sky. But success and failure are all because of the great desolate king. I never thought that the great desolate king would be so audacious as to dare to slaughter the dragon race. Now that the dragon race has sent troops to attack your human race, it will probably take more than a month. In a short while, the enemy had already arrived at the city gate, hadn't they? Sigh. The few remaining foreign races looked at each other. One of them mocked before turning around and leaving. These outsiders asked. Back then, their status was similar to that of the human race. In fact, they were slightly stronger than the human race. When they saw that the human race had suddenly risen to power, they felt indignant. Now that they knew that the dragon race was going to send troops to attack the human race, they naturally wanted to hit them while they were down. After they left, Shingda glanced at the officials with an ugly expression. Just as he was about to say something, someone suddenly rushed into the hall. Holy Master, the great wilderness king and the others have returned. Quick, invite him in. Shringda immediately stood up and said. Not long after, Ningqi led Wang Chao and the others into the main hall. The officials should have been very happy, but now they looked at Ningqi and the others with strange expressions. They wanted to berate them, but because of Ningqi's methods, they didn't dare to. The atmosphere suddenly became very subtle. Saint Lord. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Dispense with the formalities. Xingde hurriedly waved his hand and said worriedly, Great Wilderness King, have you heard of the Dragon Tribe's order? I heard it. The Dragon Clan is quite fast. Ning Qi smiled. He can still smile now? The officials stared at Ning Qi, and a trace of disbelief surged in their hearts. The human race was already at a critical juncture of life and death, so how could Ning Qi still be so calm? Could it be that the other party had no intention of living or dying with the human race, and had decided to flee when the dragon race's army arrived? Many people had similar thoughts. In truth, if they had Ning Qi's strength, they wouldn't have stayed in the human race. They could only choose to flee and slowly wait for an opportunity. At this time, an official that once belonged to the Ghost King's faction couldn't help but step forward. He looked at Ning Qi and righteously said, Great Desolate King, in this Saint Race Prodigy battle, you have helped our human race obtain a good result of 4th place. This is a cause for celebration and I am filled with admiration, but how could you disregard the safety of the human race and cause the dragon race to attack us? How dare you? Wang Chao's eyes flashed and he coldly looked at the official. Divine Courage Marquis, I know that you have a good relationship with the Great Wilderness King, but this is a moment of life and death for the human race. There are some words that I must say, even if I have to cross the line. I ask the Great Wilderness King to give me an explanation. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of the official's eyes, but he immediately straightened his back. The human race was about to be destroyed, so why would he be afraid of Wang Chao and Ning Qi? When the other officials saw this, they also stood up in agreement. Only England's ancient transformation realm existences weren't so anxious. They seemed to have guessed something from Ning Qi's expression. A mere dragon race scared you to this degree? Ning Qi smiled. In this sacred race's genius battle of heaven's genius, the dragon race couldn't even enter the top 4. They were defeated by our human race, so what is there to fear? A trace of astonishment flashed in everyone's eyes. Great Wilderness King, can the sacred race's genius battle be compared to the dragon race's invasion? The Dragon Lord of the North might even personally come to the human race. He is in existence at the great circle of the Tao querying realm. Who can deal with him? Can you? That's right. How can these two matters be compared? If I can defeat the dragon race once, then I can naturally defeat them twice. Even if the Dragon Lord of the North comes, I fear that he will have to return with his tail between his legs. You don't need to worry too much about this matter. Ning Qi smiled faintly and looked at Saint Virtue's Saint Lord. Saint Lord, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. You don't need to worry too much about the dragon race. After saying this, Ning Qi turned and left with everyone, leaving only Wang Chao in the imperial court. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Ning Qi's back in disbelief. Divine Courage Marquis, does the Great Wilderness King really have the strength to deal with the Dragon Lord of the North? England's Duke suddenly asked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes fell on Wang Chao. Even Saint Virtue's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. If the Great Wilderness King says she can, then she can. At this point, do you all think that the Great Wilderness King still needs to deceive us? Wang Chao smiled. Xingde's face revealed a tinge of red. This was caused by his agitation. He took a few steps on the spot and suddenly laughed. Ha ha, the Great Wilderness King and his spiritual beast senior must have come from the Shenluo domain. It's fine for a mere dragon clan to act violently in the Shenluo mystic domain, but for them to encounter people from the Shenluo domain, if they encounter people from the divine Luo realm, they will definitely suffer. Although many officials were still uncertain, they were no longer as anxious and uneasy as before. Send the message. In this period of time, there will definitely be unrest in various places because of this edict. Everyone is responsible for suppressing it. Don't cause too much trouble. Saint Virtue smiled. Yes, Saint Lord. Everyone bowed in unison. In the outskirts of the imperial capital, in a quiet courtyard, Gui Fengbo led the way while Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin followed behind. Suddenly, there were shadows around them, as though they had surrounded Ning Qi and the rest. Then, an old man who looked like a butler walked out and looked coldly at Gui Fengbo. Chapter 32-43. I heard that your young master intends to capture my spiritual beast alive? Before Gui Fengbo could speak, Ning Qi looked at the butler and chuckled. You must be the great wilderness king of the human race? Gui Fengbo was captured alive by you. It seems like he has sided with you and betrayed the ghost shadow race. Hee, what a pity. The dragon race has already sent the message. The human race will be wiped out soon. I'm afraid you can't even protect yourself. The butler chuckled. You don't have to worry too much about the matters of the dragon clan. I'm here today to meet with your young master and see if there's any possibility of cooperation between us. Ning Qi chuckled. Who would cooperate with someone who is about to die? I heard that this spiritual beast is at the advanced Tao querying realm? Hee, my old tribe leader is also at the advanced Tao querying realm. He is in seclusion to break through to the great perfection Tao querying realm. I'm afraid a spiritual beast like this won't be able to threaten my race. The butler said plainly. Since we can't cooperate, let's not talk about it. Ning Qi chuckled. When the butler heard this, his pupils constricted. You dare to offend the ghost shadow race again? Then your human race will have no chance of survival. He had already sensed that Ning Qi had the intention to attack. There's nothing to worry about. Ning Qi grinned. The aura of the Fire Qilin suddenly changed. The terrifying pressure caused all the ghost shadow race members who were eyeing him to explode. Even the shadow of the Fire Qilin on the ground couldn't escape. Another billions of merit points came into his account. In fact, when Ning Qi discovered that the other party had arranged for more than 10 Tao querying realm cultivators here, Ning Qi had no intention of cooperating with the ghost shadow race. Coincidentally, the other party's attitude was also very arrogant. Gui Fengbo stared at Ning Qi in shock. He cursed in his heart. He was cursing the butler and the young master behind him. He had clearly stated in the message that the great desolate king was a lunatic and extremely powerful. Even if they were not sincere in cooperating with her, they would still have to feign civility. However, this group of fellows had actually displayed such an arrogant attitude? Weren't they courting death? The butler looked around blankly. When he looked at the Fire Qilin again, he had a tinge of fear. The aura that the Fire Qilin had released was much more terrifying than the old tribe leader of the ghost shadow race. Just with his aura, he had suppressed an early Tao querying realm ghost shadow race cultivator. Killed this method, could it be, sir, please wait. A young man suddenly walked to the steward, cupped his hands towards Ning Qi, and said with a smile, I'm the young master of the ghost shadow clan, Gui Mingkong. He paused for a moment. Regardless of what happened before or just now, it was all a misunderstanding. I can explain. I won't listen. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. A gleam of surprise flashed in Gui Mingkong's eyes. He forced a smile and said, Your Excellency, don't be prejudiced. In fact, I didn't agree with the Ghost Shadow Clan's action against you from the beginning. You said that you want to cooperate with us? We can have a good chat about this. I won't listen. Ning Qi smiled. Sir, don't go overboard. My father is also a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. He had a fortuitous encounter and is now hiding in a place to break through to the great circle of the Tao querying realm. He will succeed soon. Gui Mingkong's eyes sparkled with shame and anger. He didn't expect that Ning Qi wouldn't give him any face. As the young master of the Ghost Shadow Clan, he had never been humiliated like this. See, you still can't keep your cool. Ning Qi smiled at Gui Fengbo. Gui Fengbo put on an embarrassed smile. He didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. He had always been afraid of the old clan leader behind Gui Mingkong. We are indeed no match for you today. What do you want? Tell me. Gui Mingkong snorted and said. Didn't I ask Gui Fengbo to send a message to you? Ning Qi smiled faintly. You want to trick Sun Luo to come here? Okay, I will send a message to him right now. Gui Mingkong nodded and then sent a messaging rune in front of Ning Qi. Is this okay? Gui Mingkong said indifferently. We can go now. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. You. Gui Mingkong and his old housekeeper changed their expressions. Before they could curse, they were burned to ashes by the fire Qilin's breath. Even the shadow on the ground was killed on the spot. 28 billion merit points. It seems it won't be too difficult to gather 50 billion to buy 10 fairy palace elixirs. Ning Qi smiled. The dragon tribe didn't know that the fire Qilin had made a breakthrough. When the dragon tribe's army arrived, his merit points would skyrocket. Great Wilderness King, you killed Gui Mingkong. I'm afraid his father will take revenge in secret. Gui Fengbo's eyes flashed with fear and he said in a low voice. Are you afraid? Ning Qi looked at Gui Fengbo indifferently. Gui Fengbo's hair stood on end. He hurriedly said with a flattering smile, I just want to remind Great Wilderness King that the old man is dying of old age. I'm not afraid of him. Okay, you'll be in charge of this place from now on. You should have a way to contact the other Ghost Shadow Clan members, right? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, yes. Gui Fengbo hurriedly nodded. He knew that Ning Qi would kill him without hesitation if he was of no use. If your old clan leader comes, remember to remind me immediately. Now, let's wait for Sun Luo here. Ning Qi smiled and said. A few days later, a figure appeared outside the yard. The disguised Sun Luo had a suspicious look in his eyes. He had already received news that the Fire Qilin was a late-stage Dao-querying realm spiritual beast. From then on, he didn't expect the Ghost Shadow Clan to complete his mission. However, a few days ago, he suddenly received a special message talisman. It was a prearranged method of communication with the Ghost Shadow Clan. The message talisman said that Ning Qi's head had been chopped off and even the Fire Qilin had been captured alive. Unless the elusive old clan leader of the Ghost Shadow Clan takes action personally, it can't be done, right? Could it be that he took action because of the Dragon Tribe's decree? Not only can I return the favor to the Sky Bull Great Sage, but I can also please the Dragon Tribe? Thinking of this, Sun Luo smiled and knocked on the door gently. With a creak, the door opened slowly. Gui Fengbo looked at Sun Luo expressionlessly and said indifferently, Who are you looking for? You're not the housekeeper. Who are you? Sun Luo's eyes flashed with caution. You mean the young master's housekeeper? Gui Fengbo's eyes flashed with disdain. Chapter 3244. Oh, so you are the master of the Sun Luo sacred ground. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. A gloomy smile flashed across Gui Fengbo's eyes, but he was extremely furious in his heart. He could not wait to attack and kill Sun Luo on the spot. If not for this man, how could the Ghost Shadow Clan provoke an existence like the Great Wilderness King? Sun Luo sensed that Gui Feng's emotions were a little strange, but he didn't care too much. He thought that the Ghost Shadow Clan was all gloomy like him. He followed Gui Feng into the yard. Not long after, Gui Feng led Sun Luo to a house. The Great Wilderness King's head is inside. Please come in. Gui Feng smiled. Sun Luo was a little excited. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before walking in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Ning Qi sitting in the middle of the room, looking at him with a faint smile. Disbelief flashed through Sun Luo's eyes. He subconsciously wanted to leave the room. Behind him, he felt a wave of heat. He stiffly turned his head and immediately saw the fire Qilin lowering its head slightly. Its bell-sized eyes were quietly staring at him. Limitless felt a chill rise from the bottom of his feet and rush to the top of his head. His back was covered in a cold sweat. The Ghost Shadow Clan didn't abide by the rules and betrayed him. This was the only thought in Senluo's mind. Daoist Sunluo, we have met. Ningqi smiled. Yes. Sunluo forced a smile and quietly took a step forward. This way, he could get closer to Ningqi and increase the distance between him and the Fire Qilin. I heard that you invited a cultivator from the Ghost Shadow Clan to take my head? Ningqi smiled. The Great Wilderness King is the symbol of the human clan's resurgence. How would I dare to do that? This must be a misunderstanding. Sunluo smiled, but the smile on his face was a little forced. As far as I know, Daoist Sunluo has betrayed the human clan and joined the Sky Bull clan. I heard that you went to the Eternal Dead Sea with the Sky Bull Great Sage and encountered some opportunities? Ningqi smiled. It looks like Daoist Ling Xiao has already informed you of this matter. Sunluo wiped the smile off his face, his eyes solemn. Since you know this, then you should know that Great Sage Sky Bull has already broken through to the great completion of the Dao Querying Realm. He has broken through the door of the Locked Palace and seen the Immortal Palace. Such a being is definitely not someone you can fight. Let me chop off your head and send it to the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull as an apology. He might come forward and ask the dragon race to retreat. I'm afraid that by then, the entire humankind will become puppets of the non-humankind. Ningqi said lightly. Why not? The world follows the law of the jungle. If you weren't afraid of the Heavenly Bull Sage, you'd probably have killed me long ago, right? A hint of mockery flashed in Senro's eyes. In his opinion, there was only one reason why Ningqi didn't kill him immediately, and that was because Ningqi was afraid of the Celestial Bull Great Sage behind him. Wrong. The only reason I haven't killed you is because I want to hear about the origins of the cave abode you found in the Eternal Dead Sea. But I think the Great Sage Sky Bull would know better. In that case, there's no need for you to live in this world. Ningqi smiled. With that, he looked at the Fire Qilin and nodded slightly. A look of horror flashed in Senro's eyes. He could already feel that he had one foot in the gates of hell. As long as the being behind him attacked, there was no reason for him to live. Wait. Sunluo immediately made a decision and shouted loudly. Hold on. Let's see what other last words you have to say. Ningqi smiled and waved his hand at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin was slightly taken aback and retracted his aura. Senro heaved a sigh of relief. His life was saved for now. Do you really want to know what the Great Sage Sky Bull and I encountered in the Eternal Dead Sea? If I tell you the truth, will you let me live? Senro stared into Ningqi's eyes, as though trying to determine how much of what Ningqi said was true and how much was false. If you can satisfy me, how about I spare your worthless life? Ningqi smiled. Worthless life? Senro felt extremely humiliated, but now that his life was in the hands of the other party, he did not dare to refute. Instead, he said in a low voice, whether I'm satisfied or not, isn't it all up to you? If I'm going to die either way, why should I tell you about the opportunity that the Great Sage Sky Bull and I encountered in the Eternal Dead Sea? Because if you don't tell me, you'll die. If you tell me, you'll still have a chance to live. Fellow Senro, as the master of the Holy Land, there's no way you don't understand, right? Ningqi smiled and shook his head. Senro's expression became extremely ugly. After a moment of silence, he nodded slowly. I'll tell you everything I know. First, tell me about the origin of that cave mansion. Ningqi smiled and said. That cave mansion was left behind after the ascension of the human race's almighty Feng Jiuxian. Rumor has it that in that era, the human race's status in the divine Luo mystic realm was even higher than that of the current three holy clans. But ever since Feng Jiuxian ascended, the human race's status plummeted. This part of history was originally heard as a legend, but I accidentally found a record of that era in an ancient cave mansion, which proved that Feng Jiuxian really existed. Sun Luo slowly narrated the story. It turned out that ever since he found out that Feng Jiuxian did exist and was once the strongest almighty of the human race, he had been paying attention everywhere. Not only did he look for clues among the human race, but if other foreign races excavated some ancient cave mansions, he would also rush over to see if he could find any clues. Hard work pays off, and he really did find some useful things. But those things ended up in the hands of the great sage Sky Bull. Because according to the records, opening that cave mansion requires the bloodline of the human race, and it can only be opened by a human whose cultivation is above the Tao querying realm. The great sage Sky Bull came to me and promised that as long as I helped him get the things in that cave mansion, he would help me unify the human race. There would no longer be the 3 sacred grounds, 5 major sects, 9 dynasties, and I would be the leader of the human race. At this point, there would only be the human race, and I would be the leader of the human race. At this point, a trace of unwillingness flashed in Senro's eyes. If it wasn't for Ning Qi, his wish would have been fulfilled immediately. Because of Ning Qi's appearance, not only did it add many variables to this matter, but it also put him in danger. In the end, we found the cave mansion that Feng Jiuxian left behind in the divine Luo mystic realm. There was only one immortal palace elixir in it, and there was nothing else. Otherwise, my cultivation would definitely be higher now. Senro said expressionlessly. Why should I believe everything you said? You said that the almighty human named Feng Jiuxian really exists, but does that mean he really exists? Maybe what you found was someone else's cave mansion. Ning Qi said lightly. These are all the records about Feng Jiuxian, and I found them. Senro took out a bunch of things. Ning Qi looked through them one by one, and finally found a portrait in an ancient book. That was the strongest almighty of the human race, and also the strongest expert of the divine Luo mystic realm, Feng Jiuxian. Chapter 3245. Sun Luo saw that Ning Qi took away all the information about Feng Jiuxian that he had found over the years, but he was not too distressed. The cave residence of Feng Jiuxian before she ascended had already been found by them, and the most valuable immortal palace elixir in it had also fallen into the belly of the celestial bull sage. The information was not essential. I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can I go now? Sun Luo said in a low voice. Senior Feng Jiuxian, how many years has it been since she ascended? Ning Qi said lightly. It should be between 100,000 and 150,000 ancient. It shouldn't exceed that. Sun Luo thought for a while and said, You can go now. Ning Qi nodded. Senro was slightly startled. He seemed to find it hard to believe that Ning Qi would let him go. He hesitated for a moment, then tentatively stepped toward the door. Ning Qi didn't attack him even after he left the courtyard and the street Germain dynasty. That was close. Sun Luo turned around with a lingering fear in his heart. Then he moved and immediately flew towards the direction of the Heavenly Bull Clan. Great Wilderness King, I'll meet you again on the day the Dragon Clan's army arrives. Great Wilderness King, aren't you releasing a tiger back to the mountain by letting him go? Do you want me to chase after him and kill him? It won't be considered as breaking your promise. Gui Fengbo volunteered. He hated Sun Luo to the extreme. He thought that he could see Sun Luo die here today, but he did not expect Ning Qi to really let him go. Gui Fengbo was more and more unfathomable about Ning Qi's thoughts. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain? At most, he is just a kitten. Don't worry, he will come again soon. It won't be too late to kill him then. Ning Qi said lightly. Yes. Gui Fengbo nodded. You can leave. Ning Qi waved his hand. After Gui Fengbo left, Ning Qi slowly stood up and a trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. One was a cultivator from the central mainland, and the other was the number one almighty of the divine Luo mystic realm, but they had the same face and the same name. This was definitely not as simple as a coincidence. Another reincarnation, Ning Qi muttered to himself. Feng Jiuxian of the Shenluo mystic realm had ascended to the Shenluo realm 100,000 years ago. Even if he didn't break through in the future, he would at least be a fourth-step grand cultivator, someone on the same level as Jiang Tianshu and the Beixian divine emperor. However, he had reincarnated in the central mainland in the end. Why did he lose his life? Regardless of whether he was killed or met with an accident, there was probably a complicated relationship that allowed at least a fourth-step existence to reincarnate into the central mainland. If Mother knew this, she would be much happier. Based on Jiang Yu's means, it was probably not enough to truly destroy Feng Jiuxian's soul. How could such a reincarnated mighty figure not have any backup plans? Thinking of this, Ning Qi went to the good fortune realm and told Wang Muting what had happened. Wang Muting was very happy after hearing it. At least there was a glimmer of hope in her heart to see Feng Jiuxian again. When he left, Ning Qi took little Yer Anzua Linger with him. Now that he was in the Shenluo mystic realm, he had the ability to protect himself. Unless a fourth-step grand cultivator from the Shenluo realm descended, no one would be able to threaten him and his family. Time passed day by day. Because of the decree issued by the Dragon Lord of North Een, the human race was in great turmoil during this period of time. Even with the Marquis of Divine Courage Wang Chao running around to suppress it, he could only solve a small part of it. Many human sects moved away from the human race and went to secret places that they had prepared beforehand. Some human forces even sought refuge with other foreign races and announced that they were severing their ties with the human race in order to avoid being suppressed by the dragon race. Once they left, they would take a large number of mortals with them. It wasn't just the Saint Virtue dynasty. The number of mortals in the entire human race had decreased by at least 30%. This was one of the biggest upheavals that the human race had experienced in recent years. In the imperial capital of the Saint Virtue dynasty, cultivators and mortals could be heard everywhere. AI, the Divine Lord has closed the gates of the imperial capital. We can't leave even if we want to. This time, we're going to die together with the Saint Virtue dynasty. I heard that the Divine Lord has a way to deal with the dragon race. Didn't the Marquis of Divine Courage, the Duke of England, and the others say harsh words when they went to suppress the dragon race? If they betray the human race now, they will be severely punished. They have a way to deal with the dragon race, so we don't have to worry too much. A way to deal with the dragon race? Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe such words. What do we have to fight the dragon race? Although the human race obtained a good 4th place in the sacred race's genius battle and even defeated 3 of the dragon race's geniuses, that was only the great emperor realm. In this battle, let alone the Tao querying realm, even the human race's ancient transformation realm is far from being a match for the dragon race's ancient transformation realm. Do you think we can fight the dragon race with just the great wilderness king alone? Don't forget that the Dragon Lord of North Een is personally taking action. Even the other 2 sacred races will have a headache. I heard that the demon race has a good relationship with the great wilderness king. Even the qualification spots were given by the demon race. Do you think the demon race will help us? Maybe they will. In a restaurant, diners, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, were all discussing the same topic and expressing their opinions. A trace of resentment could be heard in their voices. After all, the imperial capital city gates had been forcefully closed and they couldn't leave. They could only wait for the dragon race's arrival. During this period of time, the major merchants in the imperial capital had made a lot of money. Some people thought that they were going to die, so they took out all the savings they had accumulated over the years. They came out and squandered everything, living a life of luxury. All they wanted was to live a happy life before they died. Look, there seems to be something flying over from the sky. A drunken diner sitting by the window pointed to the sky. When the others heard this, they followed his gaze and were instantly dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by lightning. On the horizon, there was a majestic black shadow heading towards the imperial capital. Those black shadows weren't ferry boats, but terrifying dragons that were dozens of miles long. Although they were still a distance away from the imperial capital, they already brought with them a terrifying aura, as if doomsday had arrived. The pedestrians on the streets also stopped in their tracks and stared blankly into the distance. Chapter 3246. The human race was supposed to be on the rise, but ended up in such a state. What a pity! The great wilderness king relied on his spiritual beast to advance to the Tao-querying realm. In reality, he is just an immortal Lord Junior. His temperament is naturally incomparable to ours. He offended the dragon race at such a young age. The human race deserves it. The human race's defeat of the dragon race in the genius battle is probably one of the fuses. The group of Tao-querying realm experts looked at the densely packed dragon race army in the sky and in the direction of the capital. Their tone was gloating. All of a sudden, a celestial boat appeared in the sky. Many of the Tao-seeking experts from the other races had serious expressions on their faces. The Tao-querying realm experts from the Blood Elf race are here too. On the ferry boat stood a few Tao-querying realm experts from the Blood Elf race. There were also many ancient Transformation Realm and Emperor Realm juniors. Annabella and Carlton were among them. SSS. The dragon race is serious this time? The human race is in deep trouble. Carbarton looked at the dragon clan army not far away and sucked in a breath of cold air. Annabella said calmly, although the three sacred clans have not made a move for a long time, the sacred clans are still the sacred clans. This time, the great desolate king has touched the dragon tribe's reverse scale and brought about a calamity to the human tribe. We can only say that the human tribe is unlucky. If not for the great wilderness king's appearance, the human race would not have faced such a catastrophe. Carlton nodded in agreement. Before long, a few more ferry boats arrived. The Tao-querying realm experts below shut their mouths as they were all from high-ranking clans. The Titan celestial race is here too. That must be the Thunder Lizard race. I heard that the great wilderness king obtained a connate spiritual treasure from the Thunder Lizard race. They are probably trying to get it back today. The Sword Sage race is here too. Those ladies are so beautiful. Are they humans? No, it's the human spider race. Many of the Tao-querying realm experts looked in the direction of Zhuo Xuejuan and the other ladies. They felt disgusted and instinctively distanced themselves from them. Be it Niheimin, Lei Yunze, Lady Yanzhen, Jian Xuanji, Zhuo Xuejuan, or any other race that could participate in the genius battle of the three sacred clans, they were basically all here. The astral energy thunderball belongs to my clan. Don't try to snatch it later. Lei Yunze cast a glance at Niheimin and the rest as he said in an indifferent tone. Fellow Taoist Lei, the human race hasn't even been destroyed yet, and you're already planning to take back your race's treasure? Perhaps the astral energy thunderball will fall into the hands of the Dragon Clan. Do you think that with their greedy nature, they will return it to you? Benjamin laughed. You don't have to worry about this. The Dragon Clan has already promised to return the astral energy thunderball to its rightful owner. Lei Yunze said lightly. Everyone's eyes slightly moved, and they thoughtfully looked at Thundercloud Lake. It seemed that the Thunder Lizard Clan had chosen to participate the moment the Dragon Clan issued the decree. Perhaps there was still an army of the Thunder Lizard clan hiding nearby. Once the Dragon clan killed the Great Desolate King, the Thunder Lizard clan would help suppress the entire Human clan. Given the relationship between the Demon clan and the Great Wilderness King, the Demon clan will likely intervene this time. Lady Yanjun suddenly laughed. Lei Yunzi laughed and said profoundly, "No matter what, the Human clan won't be able to escape this time." One by one, the giant dragons quickly flew to the sky above the imperial capital. The huge imperial capital seemed rather small and slender under the watchful eyes of these giant dragons. When the cultivators in the imperial capital saw that they were surrounded by countless giant dragons, a trace of despair rose in their hearts. At this moment, Long Baichuan stood out from the crowd of dragons. His huge head looked down with a mocking gaze. "Great Wilderness King, don't be a coward. Today, my race's army is here. Come out and die." Long Baichuan's voice was like rolling thunder, reverberating in all directions. "I wonder if the Great Wilderness King will choose to fight to the death or escape first? With her strength, it's very easy for her to escape. However, the Human clan will end up in a miserable state. Moreover, she won't be able to hide for long in the Shenluo mystic realm before the North Een Dragon Lord personally finds her." The Dao querying cultivators who came to watch the battle revealed a trace of curiosity in their eyes. They didn't know how Ningqi would deal with what would happen next. Although the sky was densely packed with the Dragon clan, in reality, there were only 500 of them. Compared to the population of the Dragon clan, this was considered nothing. Long Baichuan was only at the intermediate stage of the Dao querying realm. This was enough to prove that this was only the vanguard team of the Dragon clan. The real terror was yet to come. Did the North Een Dragon Lord only send a small character like you to suppress my race? A loud laugh rang out. Ningqi rode on the fire Qilin and soared into the sky. He looked at Long Baichuan calmly. When the Human clan cultivators in the imperial capital saw this, they instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Ningqi was still around, there was a trace of hope. In the palace, the Holy Lord of Xingde and the court officials all watched this scene with trepidation. Until now, they still weren't too sure if Ningqi could deal with the Dragon clan's internal strife this time. "What are you afraid of? Do you think that the young master will lose?" Little Yuer and Zhuo Ling stood beside Wang Chao. After seeing the expressions of Xingde and the others, they couldn't help but frown. "Little fairies, does the Great Wilderness King have any other tricks up his sleeves?" An official hesitated for a moment before asking with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Little Yuer saw that this person had a rather sweet mouth and nodded lightly. "Don't worry, the young master never does things that he isn't confident of." Oh, everyone felt that little Yuer's words were equivalent to not saying anything at all in the sky. Long Baichuan stared at Ningqi and the fire Qilin he was riding on. His only son, Long Yunlu, had definitely died in Ningqi's hands. This was a vengeance for his son's death, a vengeance that wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. The North Een Dragon Lord has personally set out this time. As for me, I'm just here to inform you that from today onwards, there will no longer be any humans in the divine Luo mystic realm. Long Baichuan laughed coldly. "So you were sent here by the North Een Dragon Lord to die. Did you offend him?" Ningqi asked with a strange look in his eyes. "What?" Long Baichuan was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, he was shocked. Could it be that the other party still dared to fight against the Dragon clan in such a situation? Shouldn't he just surrender? This way, there was still a chance of survival. Your son might be a little lonely on the road to hell. I'll send you to accompany him now. Ningqi smiled. Chapter 3247. Long Baichuan was just about to escape when he was burned to ashes by the mini-fire Qilin. Before he died, he let out a desperate roar. When the human cultivators in the capital saw this scene, a trace of disbelief appeared in their eyes. They did not expect that the Dragon Clan's attack would be resolved by the Great Wilderness King in such a short period of time. The Great Wilderness King is mighty. The Dragon tribe killed him just like that. Some were excited. However, there were even more cultivators who were extremely worried. They looked around in fear. The Great Wilderness King has killed so many Dragon tribe members. The feud between the humans and the Dragon tribe can no longer be resolved. If the Northern Dragon Lord personally takes action, the human race will definitely be annihilated. The foreign tribes who were watching the battle from afar asked. They were shocked to see Long Baichuan and the other Dragon tribe members die. The cultivation level of these Dragon tribe members was not high. Apart from Long Baichuan and a dozen Dao Querying Realm Dragon tribe members, the rest were Ancient Transformation Realm and Emperor Realm Dragon tribe members. How many years had it been since a Dragon tribe member died an unnatural death? Over the years, even if the Dragon tribe members died, they died of old age. There had never been a case of them being killed. The Great Wilderness King must have gone mad this time. If he had escaped, he might have lived for a few more days. One of them asked. He shook his head and stared at Ning Qi with a serious look and a hint of mockery. In his opinion, Ning Qi's fate was already set in stone. There was no way there could be any other changes to it. My merit points have broken the 30 billion mark. Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He looked around and said indifferently, Northern Dragon Lord, you've already achieved your goal by using me to kill Long Baichuan. Why are you still hiding? Northern Dragon Lord? Could he have already arrived? That's impossible. If the Northern Dragon Lord was here, why would he watch Long Baichuan die at the hands of the Great Wilderness King? I'm afraid Long Baichuan did something wrong. I just noticed that the Dragon tribe members led by Long Baichuan were all his direct descendants. The Dao-seeking experts were shocked. As soon as Ning Qi's voice fell, in the void not too far away, there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in the air. Silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and in a few breaths of time, more than 20 silhouettes appeared in front of everyone. Although they were few in number, their power was far greater than before. This was because the one leading them was the leader of the Dragon tribe, the Dragon Lord of North Een, a cultivator at the great completion of the Dao Querying Realm. Behind him, the 5 great Dragon Kings of the Dragon race followed, as well as more than 10 mid-stage Dao Querying Realm Dragons. These mid-stage Dao Querying Realm Dragons all held important positions in the Dragon race since they could follow the Dragon Lord of the North to this place. Ordinary mid-stage Dao Querying Realm Dragons were still in the Holy Land of the Dragon race, and did not even have the right to come here. The Dragon Lord of Bain has personally come to the human race. The human race is beyond saving. The demonic humans in the distance all shook their heads. Within the imperial capital, Xingde and the other civil and military officials, as well as the cultivators who had personally witnessed the appearance of the Dragon Lord of the North, were all filled with fear. The god Luo mystic realm had been suppressed by the 3 sacred tribes for many years. Seeing the legendary Dragon Lord of the North Een this time made everyone shudder in fear. Long Baichuan made a rash decision and caused the deaths of dozens of geniuses of the Dragon race. Now that he has died at your hands, you can be considered to have given those geniuses justice. The Dragon Lord of the North Een looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. When Proud Wind Dragon King heard this, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He knew that the Dragon Lord of the North Een was trying to knock him down. After all, Long Baichuan's previous actions had all come from him. However, because he was one of the Dragon Kings, the Dragon Lord of the North Een did not reprimand him directly this time. But I'm very curious. How did you discover our presence? The Dragon Lord of the North Een smiled. Naturally, it was the Fire Qilin who had sensed them. However, the Fire Qilan's current cultivation level was only at the late-stage Tao querying realm. Therefore, he thought that Ning Qi had used some method to discover them. I guessed. Ning Qi smiled. Guessed? The Dragon Lord of the North smiled. Whether it's your guess or some other method, the human race is going to be destroyed this time. If you are willing to kneel and admit your mistakes, perhaps I will leave some seeds for you so that the human race in the God Luo mystic realm will not be completely wiped out. What a pity! Ning Qi shook his head. What's a pity? The Dragon Lord of the North asked curiously. Are you regretting offending my race? Or are you regretting your youthful arrogance? It's a pity that you only brought these few Tao querying realm dragons with you. There should be at least 500 Tao querying realm dragons in your race, right? Ning Qi smiled. The Dragon Lord of the North Yin's expression did not change, but the rest of the dragons had dark expressions as they looked at Ning Qi. Proud Wind Dragon King snorted coldly. How arrogant of you! We, the 5 great dragon kings, are enough to suppress the human race. There is no need for the dragon race to do anything. The heavenly bull race can suppress and kill them. A loud voice rang out. An immortal boat tore through the air. The heavenly bull great sage stood at the front of the immortal boat. Behind him were the few remaining middle-stage Tao querying realm cultivators of the heavenly bull race. The early-stage Tao querying realm cultivator, Sun Luo, was among them. Sun Luo's gaze swept across the Dragon Lord of the North then looked at Ning Qi. He could not help but send a voice transmission. Great Wilderness King, you did not kill me last time. You might not have the chance in the future. Do you regret it? I'll answer you later. Ning Qi smiled and sent a voice transmission. Stubborn old duck. Sun Luo's eyes flashed with mockery. Is that the heavenly bull great sage? How did his aura become so terrifying? Nehaman, Lei Yunzi, Lady Yanzhen, and the other late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators were shocked. Then, disbelief surged in their hearts. Could it be that Long Haitu was telling the truth? The heavenly bull great sage had broken through the doors of the locked palace and seen the immortal palace? The Tao querying realm cultivators present all felt the terrifying aura from the heavenly bull great sage. Although it was weaker than the Dragon Lord of the North it was not by much. You are finally willing to come out of seclusion? The Dragon Lord of the North smiled at the heavenly bull great sage. Dragon Lord of the North we have a common enemy today. As for the future, we can discuss it after we settle this matter. How about that? The heavenly bull great sage smiled. No need. The Dragon Lord of the North said plainly. The heavenly bull great sage's expression changed slightly, but the Dragon Lord of the North continued. The dragon race agrees to let your race ascend to the sacred clan. Thank you, Dragon Lord of the North The heavenly bull great sage's lips curled up slightly. The rest of the heavenly bull race cultivators looked at each other in surprise. With the dragon race's agreement, the heavenly bull race's ascension to the sacred clan was a done deal. Chapter 3248. Are you the human race's great wilderness king? Some time ago, when I was in seclusion, you entered the hinterland of my race and killed many of my race's Tao querying cultivators. Then, in this sacred race genius tournament, you killed Long Haitu. Your sins are too many to list. The great sage of Sky Bull looked at Ning Qi and the Fire Qilan indifferently, as though he was looking at dead men. The humans in the imperial capital were filled with despair. Even the Saint Lord of Saint Virtue and the others, including Wang Chao, felt that they were doomed today. If there was only the Dragon Lord of North who was a perfected Tao querying cultivator, they still had a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Ning Qi had some trump card to deal with such an existence. But even the great sage of Sky Bull had advanced to the perfected Tao querying realm. With 2 perfected Tao querying cultivators joining forces, Their battle power was already at the level of Shunluo realm. Who could deal with the top battle power of the mystic realm? Even the three-eyed master and the golden raven demon lord would not be able to defeat the two of them. Ning Qi smiled and looked straight at the great sage of Sky Bull. You have just broken the palace gate. Your cultivation level is still stable, right? Why are you in such a hurry to come out? Aren't you afraid that your immortal palace will be broken and your primordial spirit destroyed? SSS. Everyone gasped in their hearts when they heard this, and they looked at Ning Qi with extremely strange gazes. Some of the humans who knew that they were going to die suddenly had a fighting spirit in their eyes. The great wilderness king could be so calm in the face of two perfected Tao-querying cultivators. How could they die in fear? If they were to die, they should die in battle. This lad is indeed young and arrogant. What a pity! The various clans shook their heads in their hearts. With the current situation, even the Golden Crow Demon Lord would not be able to save the situation. The human clan was doomed. It all depended on whether the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Bull Clan planned to wipe out all the humans in the God Luo mystic realm. Great Sage, look. This lad is so arrogant. Sun Luo stepped forward and sneered. Isn't that Divine Lord Sun Luo? Why is he with the great sage of Sky Bull? Could it be that the rumors were true? Divine Lord Sun Luo has sided with the Sky Bull race? The various races asked and looked at Sun Luo in surprise. The human cultivators in the imperial capital were even more shocked, including Jiang Buxu. The great wilderness king is speaking the truth. The Divine Lord has really betrayed us. Jiang Buxu's face turned pale. Right at this moment, several figures suddenly tore through the sky. Great Sage Heavenly Bull, Sacred Lord Sun Luo, we are willing to surrender. Lin Longhu? And the Sacred Master of the Heavenly Eagle Dynasty? How shameless! Anger flashed in the eyes of the officials of the Saint Germain dynasty when they saw these people. Including Lin Longhu, there were a total of 5 early-stage Tao-querying cultivators. All of them were the leaders of various human factions. Since all of you are willing to forsake the darkness for the light, I will naturally accept you. The corners of the Heavenly Bull Sage's mouth rose slightly. He paused for a moment, then looked at the Dragon Lord of the North. The Dragon Lord of the North nodded indifferently. Since the great sage of the Celestial Bull has spoken, the Dragon Clan will give him face. Those who are willing to surrender will not die today. Great! Lin Longhu and the others flew to the immortal boat that the great sage of the Heavenly Bull was on. Great desolate king, you despicable and shameless thief! Not only did you lead humanity to destruction, but you also cruelly killed the proud children of heaven that my sect sent to participate in the saint race's heavenly pride battle. Today is the day you die. The moment Lin Longhu steadied himself, he fired his cannon at Ning Qi. Is there anyone else who wants to surrender? No need to give me face. Ning Qi ignored Lin Longhu and spoke indifferently. After some hesitation, some human Tao-querying cultivators flew up and expressed their surrender. However, Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan did not appear. Several breaths later, just as a few human cultivators who were hiding in the vicinity of the imperial capital and hesitating on whether or not to surrender had made their decision and were about to fly up into the air, a blazing light suddenly came from the horizon. Everyone turned their heads and saw an existence that looked like the sun, moving at a terrifying speed. It was heading towards the imperial capital at a terrifying speed. The demons are here. The few human Tao-querying cultivators who were also planning to surrender temporarily stopped their impulse. Everyone knew that the demons were on good terms with the great desolate king. This time, they would definitely be on the great desolate king's side. How lively! The moment the sun approached, the various Tao-querying cultivators almost could not withstand the surging heat. However, in an instant the sun disappeared, revealing the figures of the Golden Raven Demonic Lord and the others. The celestial bull sage's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the golden raven demonic lord unnaturally. Golden raven demonic lord, you're not here today to meddle in other people's business, are you? The dragon lord of the north smiled faintly. Dragon lord of the north, why don't you let me be the peacemaker for the misunderstanding between you and the great desolate king? Let's talk in private. There's no need to resort to violence. The golden raven demonic lord smiled. If you want to talk, talk to the three-eyed master god. A hint of mockery flashed across the dragon lord of the north's eyes. The three-eyed master god? Everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. Was the three-eyed race here as well? The golden raven demonic lord's expression changed as soon as the dragon lord of the north finished speaking. He led the demons around him and teleported thousands of feet away. A beam of golden light descended from the sky and landed right where the golden raven demonic lord had been standing. Only then did everyone realize that another existence had appeared in the sky. The beam of golden light had come from the third eye between this existence's brows. Three-eyed master god, when were you bribed by the dragon lord of the north? The golden raven demonic lord's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. After today, I will personally go to the demon race to apologize to you, the three-eyed master god said solemnly. The golden raven demonic lord's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the three-eyed master god attacked the golden raven demonic lord again. He did not even intend to say another word. It was obvious that he was trying to delay the golden raven demonic lord. Because a perfected Tao querying cultivator had grasped the power of the immortal palaces, their destructive power was too great. Therefore, when the golden raven demonic lord fought with the three-eyed master god, he used his mystiques to send the priestess Ling Xian, the Valkyrie of the martial god hall, and the others hundreds of miles away. He then set up a restrictive spell to trap himself and the three-eyed master god within the restrictive spell. The rumbling sounds coming from within caused the other Tao querying cultivators to feel a lingering fear. Now that the golden raven demonic lord is no longer your backer, can you still be as confident as before? The dragon lord of the north grinned at Ning Qi. It was not just the various Tao querying cultivators. Even the proud Wind Dragon King and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They did not expect the Dragon Lord of the North to use some unknown method to invite the three-eyed Master God over just to wipe out the human race. The great Wilderness King's only backer is being held up. I'm afraid that by the time the Golden Raven Demonic Lord and the Three-Eyed Master God are done fighting, the human race will be mostly dead. The various Tao querying cultivators thought to themselves. Ning Qi smiled. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Since the Three-Eyed Master God is being held up by the Golden Raven Demonic Lord, I can deal with the two of you without any worries. Chapter 3249. Immortal Palace? Everyone stared in astonishment at the flaming celestial palace behind the fire Qilin, their hearts filled with shock. Great Wilderness King's spiritual beast is also at the great completion of the Tao querying realm? No wonder he was so calm all along. Just from the aura alone, this spiritual beast's aura seems even stronger than the Dragon Lord of North Een. Seeing this, the various Tao querying experts could no longer enjoy the excitement they had before. Their expressions turned solemn. How can it be at the great completion of the Tao querying realm? Sun Luo looked at the fire Qilin in disbelief. Fear flashed across his eyes. As for the Tao querying experts, Lin Longhu, and the others who had defected to the Sky Bull tribe, they were also inexplicably shocked. The human race is saved. The eyes of the Saint Virtue Holy Lord and the others were filled with joy. They had thought that they were dead for sure today, but things had taken a turn for the better. With the Sky Bull Sage and this spiritual beast, the God Luo Mystic Realm has two more at the great completion of the Tao querying realm. The situation that has remained unchanged for countless years is about to be shaken. The Tao querying experts of the various races thought of this at almost the same time. The addition of two at the great completion of the Tao querying realm meant countless variables. No one knew if the Sky Bull Sage and the Fire Qilin would maintain peace with the three sacred tribes. If they were not careful, the god Luo mystic realm would be plunged into chaos. A war between the races. The Dragon Lord of the North Een and the Celestial Bull Great Sage looked at the Fire Qilin with a serious look in their eyes. The confident expressions on their faces had completely disappeared. The two of them did not speak or attack. No one knew what they were thinking. Ningqi looked at the two, a hint of amusement in his eyes. From the start, the Fire Qilin had noticed the three-eyed Master God. If she had to deal with the Dragon Lord of North Een, the three-eyed Master God, and the Sky Bull Sage at the same time, her chances of victory were only 50-50. Although this was a terrifying chance, it was not enough for Ningqi. He believed that the demons would attack. Therefore, when Ningqi saw that they were waiting for something, he was happy to see it happen. He did not choose to attack the Dragon Lord of North Een and the others immediately. When the Golden Crow demonic lord appeared, he was held up by the three-eyed Master God. To the Dragon Lord of the North, it was a success in his calculations. He had successfully eliminated the Golden Crow demonic lord, allowing him to successfully suppress the human race. However, the Dragon Lord of the North did not know that this was a good thing for Ningqi. As long as he could delay the three-eyed Master God, the Fire Qilin would be able to easily suppress the Dragon Lord of the North Een and the Great Sage of the Heavenly Bull. Then, you guys can make your move. Ningqi broke the silence. He smiled and beckoned to the Dragon Lord of the North and the Great Sage of Celestial Bull. Come at me together. Together? Everyone's expression became extremely strange. Previously, they thought that Ningqi was young and impetuous and that he had offended the Dragon Clan at all costs. But now, they didn't know how to judge Ningqi's current behavior. It did not seem right to call him arrogant. After all, Ningqi also had a spiritual beast at the great completion of the Tao querying realm. There was indeed no need for him to fear the Dragon Lord of North Een and the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull. But 1 against 2, could he really beat them? Was he bluffing, or was he really that confident? The Dragon Lord of North Een suddenly laughed. Against you, the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull alone is enough. With that, he looked at the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull and said plainly, You just broke through the doors of the locked palace and saw the immortal palace. Now you've met a worthy opponent. Go and prove that your clan has the right to become a holy clan on par with my clan. This old thing, the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull cursed in his heart. However, the Dragon Lord of North Yin's words were actually in line with his thoughts. For the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull clan to become a holy clan, they indeed needed to have a good battle record. Only then would the other foreign clans in the god Luo mystic realm be convinced. Thinking of this, the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull smiled. Then I'll have to embarrass myself. After a pause, he looked plainly at Ningqi and the Fire Qilin. Please advise me. I don't dare to advise you. Ningqi smiled. But I can beat you up. The crowd was in an uproar. A hint of anger flashed in the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull's eyes. Today was the first time he had appeared as a cultivator at the great completion of the Tao querying realm. Yet, he was even mocked by Ningqi. Even the Buddha would be angry. When I suppress you, a spiritual beast, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. The Great Sage of Heavenly Bull roared. Suddenly, a pitch-black immortal palace appeared behind him. The majestic power of the immortal palace was added to the Great Sage of Heavenly Bull's body. He punched towards the Fire Qilin and Ningqi. At this moment, everyone present, including those at the later stage of the Tao querying realm, shuddered at the terrifying power of the immortal palace. If this punch landed on me, I'm afraid I'll be killed immediately. I won't be able to resist at all. Nehaman looked at the great sage of Heavenly Bull with extreme fear. He felt a little indignant. Many years ago, he had fought with the great sage of Heavenly Bull. Back then, the great sage of Heavenly Bull was weaker than him. But now, the great sage of Heavenly Bull had become a cultivator at the great completion of the Tao querying realm, while he was still at the same spot. The Fire Qilin looked plainly at the great sage of Heavenly Bull. He suddenly said, "A mere second-grade immortal palace dares to shine?" Boom! The fiery immortal palace behind the Fire Qilin suddenly expanded several times in size. A terrifying aura that was several times stronger than the great sage of Heavenly Bulls was added to the Fire Qilin's body. At this moment, the great sage of Heavenly Bull's expression changed, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. How can his immortal palace be so much stronger than mine? What's going on? The thought had just appeared in his mind when the Fire Qilin spat out a terrifying breath. The great sage of Heavenly Bull had nowhere to hide. He could only brace himself and take the attack head-on. Boom! The techniques of both sides were imbued with the boundless power of the immortal palace. When they collided, heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. However, what was strange was that the attacks of both sides seemed to have dissipated the moment they collided. There should have been a terrifying shock wave that spread out, but the moment the attacks of both sides collided, they seemed to have dissipated. Oh no! The Dragon Lord of North Een saw through this, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Good move. The great sage of Heavenly Bull glared at the Fire Qilin and uttered those words with great difficulty. Everyone felt a terrifying power vibrate out of his body, but it was not aimed at the Fire Qilin. Instead, the power flowed through the void and reached the immortal palace behind him. Cracks appeared on the immortal palace. In just a few breaths, the immortal palace was covered in cracks, as if it would collapse at any moment. This is too terrifying. What kind of move is this? She's actually channeled all her power into the great sage of Heavenly Bull's body. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They finally understood why there were no shockwaves from the previous attack. What did you mean by a second-grade immortal palace? Chapter 3250. The Celestial Bull Sage's clansmen, as well as Lin Longhu, Sun Luo, and the other traitors of the human race, were all deathly pale. Sun Luo clenched his fists, then loosened them, then clenched them again. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, proving that he was extremely nervous. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see the gap between the Celestial Bull Sage and the Fire Qilin. Just one strike had caused the legendary Immortal Palace to appear. If that happened again, wouldn't the Celestial Bull Sage perish on the spot? He had followed the Celestial Bull Sage here today precisely to witness Ning Qi's agony. If the Celestial Bull Sage was defeated, what would he do? Run? There was no way he could run. If he didn't run, he would die. Don't lose no matter what! Sun Luo roared in his heart as he glared at the Celestial Bull Sage. Your heritage is incomplete. You don't even know the grade of the Immortal Palace. He and the other two also have a third-grade Immortal Palace. The Fire Qilin's eyes flashed with mockery. Its pleasant voice was like demonic music in the Celestial Bull Sage's ears, constantly undermining his confidence. The Dragon Lord of North Een has a third-grade Immortal Palace? The Golden Raven Demon Lord and the Three-Eyed Master God also have third-grade Immortal Palace? And I have a second-grade Immortal Palace? Why are Immortal Palaces divided into grades? How can my aptitude be weaker than theirs? The Celestial Bull Sage refused to believe this, but reality proved that Immortal Palaces could indeed be divided into grade. The Dragon Lord of North Yin's expression changed when he heard the Fire Qilin's words. He had always known about this, but had no idea how to distinguish which grade his Immortal Palace belonged to. The Shunluo realm would only give him an immortal palace pill when he was about to ascend. When he was about to ascend, he would be given an immortal palace pill. Other than that, he would not say anything more to him. Whether it's 3rd grade or 2nd grade, they're all inferior immortal palaces. The Fire Qilin said calmly. What grade are you? The Celestial Bull Sage asked unwillingly. The cracks on his immortal palace had multiplied several times in the time it took to speak. It looked like the entire black immortal palace had turned into cracked yellow soil. Mid-grade. The Fire Qilin said lightly. There was one thing she didn't tell Great Sage Celestial Bull. For the spirits of secret realms, the grade of their immortal palaces could be increased. As for the other races, if they were lucky enough, they also had a chance to increase the grade of their immortal palaces. However, it was nothing compared to the spirits of secret realms. Puff! Great Sage Heavenly Bull spat out a mouthful of blood. The black immortal palace behind him suddenly disappeared. It had not shattered. Ning Qi knew this very well. He could still see from Great Sage Heavenly Bull's stats panel that his cultivation level was still at the great completion of the Tao Querying Realm. I didn't lose unjustly. The Celestial Bull Saint smiled bitterly. The Fire Qilin opened its mouth again and spat out a breath, instantly burning Great Sage Celestial Bull's body to ashes. Great Sage Heavenly Bull is dead? Everyone from the various races looked at this scene with their mouths agape. When they looked at the Fire Qilin and Ning Qi again, there was a trace of deep fear in their eyes. How many years had it been since a perfected Tao Querying cultivator died in the God Luo mystic realm? Great Sage! The Tao Querying cultivators of the Heavenly Bull race were grief-stricken. Sun Luo and the other human Tao Querying cultivators were pale and shivering. When they realized that Ning Qi was glancing at them intentionally or unintentionally, their legs almost gave way. No merit points? No, this guy isn't dead. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the Fire Qilin. Although my immortal palace can suppress him, it's impossible to truly shatter his immortal palace, unless he doesn't plan to escape. Just now, the immortal palace disappeared because he hid it in the void and planned to escape. However, I have destroyed his physical body, so he won't be able to escape for at least 10,000 years. He won't be able to reform his physical body for at least 10,000 years. The Fire Qilin transmitted his voice. So that was it. Although Ning Qi felt a little disappointed in his heart, this result was not bad. At least the Heavenly Bull tribe would not be able to make a comeback in the next 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, even if the Great Sage of the Heavenly Bull tribe were to come out again, he would not be able to do much at that time. A sage is actually so strong. Not far away, Priestess Ling Xian exclaimed. Beside her, Jinwu Zhiga, the other Valkyries, and Priest Ironback were all shocked by the scene just now. This was because they felt that even the Golden Raven Demon Lord might not be able to destroy the Great Sage Heavenly Bull's physical body. Dragon Lord, Proud Wind Dragon King, and the others looked at the Dragon Lord of the North. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they could only feel fear. The other party was too terrifying. Perhaps it was not a wise choice for the dragon race to attack the human race this time. Don't be impatient. The Dragon Lord of the North transmitted his voice. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin and took a deep breath. Good move indeed. Middle grade immortal palace. I'm afraid only existences in the God Luo realm can have such potential. Continue. Ning Qi smiled. The Dragon Lord of the North's expression changed slightly. I think we can follow the Golden Raven Demon Lord's suggestion and sit down to talk about this misunderstanding between my race and your race. The faces of the dragons darkened. Lin Longhu and the others did not know whether to be happy or to cry. They regretted surrendering too quickly. As for the few humans who could not surrender in time, they were incomparably glad. The dragon race is admitting defeat. It's our race that won. Ah! When the human cultivators in the imperial capital heard the words of the Dragon Lord of the North, they were instantly overwhelmed with excitement. They had thought that they would definitely die today, but they did not expect the great Wilderness King to turn the tide and make the dragon race take the initiative to reconcile. The great Wilderness King did not lie to me. The Saint Virtue Holy Lord praised. After today, my race will probably rise to the ranks of the sacred tribe. Wang Chao suddenly said. The expressions of the civil and military officials changed instantly. They then looked at Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin fervently. Their bodies were trembling slightly. Unlike Sun Luo and the others, they were trembling with excitement. What's there to talk about? Ning Qi looked at where the Golden Raven Demon Lord and the Three-Eyed Master God were. Loud noises could be heard coming from inside, and it would probably be a while before it ended. If they did not grasp such a good opportunity now, were they going to wait for the Three-Eyed Master God to make a move? SSS, the various demon lords all gasped. Is the great Wilderness King planning to use this opportunity to annihilate the dragon race? Given the strength of that spiritual beast of his, I'm afraid the Dragon Lord of the North won't be able to stop the middle-grade immortal palaces. Nehaman and the others were extremely shocked. They had just found out that immortal palaces at the Great Circle of the Tao Querying Realm had different grades. Are you really going to fight to the death with my race? The Dragon Lord of the North was taken aback. If not for the fact that I have a trump card today, would you have let my race live? Ning Qi laughed. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.